Thanksgiving at my house, but still, I promise you we're gonna have a good time. So for this presentation, I try to come up with kind of a provocative title, which is like, do you need a security team, right? Which makes you think, well, what's Alex going to say, right? So, but we're going to work through it and, talk through a few things and hopefully have a good time. Before we get started, I work at Trusted Sec. We're an information security consulting company based in Northeast Ohio, work around the world, all different kinds of things. But one of the things, whenever I go to a presentation, I always think like, well, why should I listen to this person that's talking, right? Like you see a lot of presentations. And what I always say is I'm certainly not smarter than anybody else, but I've been doing this for a very long time. So I've been at Trusted Sec for about 10 years. Prior to that, I worked for a security startup for a few years that we sold to Oracle, and before that was in security consulting as well. And I've really been privileged and fortunate to work with organizations of all sizes, so everything from sole proprietorships, where somebody writes the code, takes out the trash, does all the sales, all the way up to the Fortune 10. And so a lot of board presentations, a lot of working with different organizations. So we got to see what works and what doesn't. As far as certification, I've been a CISSP forever, and I'm a ISO 27001 lead auditor. I let my PCI QSA expire a long time ago and a couple other things. But very familiar with a lot of the frameworks and standards that are out there. So I was on Twitter, I think it was, and I read about how to give a presentation, and it said that you should give your conclusion first to kind of let people know what they're going to hear, right, and tie it back to it in the end. And I think the important thing is, over the years, I've really come to the conclusion that a lot of what we think of as security functions or security roles also could very easily have a home in other parts of the organization. They can very easily be distributed to other functions in the org. And by that, I don't mean just training everybody and saying security is everybody's job, right? It's really the different things that we think of as security roles really can be done by other functions. And with security providing an oversight and a kind of a guidance and governance function. So that usually upsets a lot of people because people wonder, what am I going to say about that? And we'll get to it, I promise. But also, I think it's really important to consider the source. If we're going to talk about, kind of my views with how specialized security's become, it's very difficult oftentimes to have a full team. And outsourcing, it can make a lot of sense in a lot of places. But of course, I work for a consulting company, right? I mean, so I want to be very clear, right? I mean, it's kind of like if I tell you that you need, something, it's very important that I disclose that's the industry that I'm in, right? I mean, you don't want to, that would be unfair not to. But I think hopefully, what we're going to say is going to make some sense. Feel free to ask questions, yell at me, cut me off, whatever else throughout this. But another thing is, of course, having a shocking claim, right? And, if you look at this article from a while back, it talks from Bloomberg, it talks about, how many job openings there are, right? Some sources will tell you there are a couple million job openings, right? And you start to wonder whether that's really a shortage or more of a misalignment of expectations. The other piece is really the definition of what a cybersecurity role is. I mean, there's some that are pretty obvious, right? Like a pen tester or certain governance roles perhaps. But a lot of what we think of as a security function is also a basic IT function in a lot of ways, right? So if you have a firewall admin who's putting in secure rules, right? Is that a security role or an IT role? The other thing is, there feels like there's not necessarily a shortage of people that want to work in security, but there still is a shortage of people who are great at it in a lot of ways. And a lot of these things are an art as much as a science. And you also, with individual specialization, there are a lot of people who might be very good at one technology, right, or one function. They might be very good at application security, or they might be very good at a certain specific technology. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can hire one person that can do everything, right? Oftentimes you need to have these larger teams where it's going to make more sense to kind of spread these functions and roles out, across different functions. And there also seems to be a huge shortage of organizations that really understand the market. Hey, Kevin, how are you? Sorry. Good to see you. So Kevin and I work together. Sorry to call you out in the middle of this. Also thinking, real quick aside, I was saying earlier, I was on a stage just like this at the Federal Reserve a few years ago and I fell off right in the middle of a presentation. So I'm a little nervous about walking around, so I'll probably do that a little bit less. But it's funny because, in this industry, you tend to get a lot of recruiting emails. And they're absolutely ridiculous. One of the things I've always done is I will always talk to recruiters. I know a lot of people don't like to. And for two reasons, right? I like to know what companies are hiring because maybe they need us to help do some work is one thing. But another thing is, I'll have friends and I have people that are looking for work. And if a recruiter wants to call me about a job, I'm happy to, well, what are the requirements or the expectations? Maybe I know somebody, right? And help in that way. But they'll oftentimes look for somebody that can do just this really broad range of things, with things that just don't exist in one person. And oftentimes we'll have a really low salary to offer for us, and that's not realistic in the market. People are also oftentimes looking when they talk about like a CISO or whatever. At mid-sized companies, they oftentimes want somebody that can do governance, write policies, build a program, do strategy, but also get their hands dirty and plug things in and configure things and everything else. And fewer of those people are existing in the market, and they're commanding a very high salary. So something to think about as well as we look at whether or not we're going to, continue to structure security programs in the way that we have. And one of the things is because there's so much specialization. As I said, I've been with my current company for about 10 years and been in the industry longer than that. But in the old days, I felt like I had a really good handle on just about every security domain out there, right? You could really know and have some awareness of, most of the security software. You could kind of have an idea of all these things. But now it's gotten extremely specialized. There are tools and software out there that are less a tool or a software and are more so a career, right? There are certain things that you might buy for the environment that you then have to hire somebody that's a specialist in it. And it's just continued to become more and more specialized, and I think has led to additional outsourcing and other things like that. And when you start to continue to look at organizations and how much specialization they can have, right? Are they going to have 20 different people that each of them does a very specific different thing as opposed to utility players? And I'm more of a utility player myself, but oftentimes utility players are going to have that depth of knowledge in every domain. And one of the things I oftentimes think about is, if you go back a couple hundred years, you could read an encyclopedia and have a pretty good summary of, what humans knew at the time, right? I mean, there's a lot of nuance to that. I get it. When I was growing up, I'm 44, so I didn't have the internet in my house when I was in high school. So we used to go use the card catalog and do research that way. But I've always been a procrastinator, and I'm super lazy. And the only encyclopedia we had in our house was decorative. It was a Funk and Wagnalls from like 1870. And so when I was really late in an assignment, I would use that stupid thing, right? And it was fine, right? I mean, nothing's changed between 1870 and now from, the year the country was founded or something like that. But back then I used to look at that thing and you'd read through it and you could just really, that's pretty much what people knew, right? I mean, you could know all these different things. And in many ways I liken that to our industry, right? A number of years ago, you could really be a specialist in all these different things. And now it just feels like it's gotten so big. Kind of on a similar note, on assessments years ago, I used to say that on the plane ride out, you could usually just about write the report, right, 15 years ago, because you knew exactly what you were going to find, right? Every organization had the same problems. And that's very different now. People have gotten much better at that. But it's something to think about, right? Especially as we, for anybody that's in school now, thinking about what you want your career path to be, right? And especially if it's highly specialized on technology, how much work that's going to require over the years to stay on top of it, right? If you want to be a specialist in something very specific, it's a lot to keep track of. On the advisory side where I work, obviously regulations and things like that are similar in many ways. But to that end, I think a lot about, what is our actual role? Is it to advise, right? That's what I do a lot of. I don't necessarily, plug things in or make changes, but oftentimes give advice on what to do or consult and make recommendations. Testing, I mean, obviously that's a huge topic. A lot of people that I talk to, that's what their interest is in. They want to test things. And implementation, and kind of moving towards, one of the things that we talk a lot about is existence versus effectiveness, right? So how many controls do you have? What's in place? What does your program look like versus does it work, right? So do I have a lock on my door? Yes. Does it keep anybody out? No. And are we equipped to, kind of build programs, run programs, implement tools, run tools, et cetera, et cetera? And again, we think about specialization and how we're structuring security at organizations, that becomes more and more important as a consideration. Another thing, especially when I speak to anybody at schools, is to talk a lot about kind of the information security industry versus kind of what we think of as hacking culture, et cetera, and kind of what we picture for that, especially for kind of a career or a future role. I love working in governance. I like to joke that, there's never a governance emergency, right? Like we have a whole incident response team. And as we know, they're busiest around holidays, right? Because that's when a lot of this stuff happens. No one has ever called me at 2 a.m. and asked me to write a policy. Okay, 0 laughs. I got like 1 laugh out of that. Like I have like these test jokes, and if nobody laughs, then I kind of know like what I'm dealing with. My usual one is we talk about like the cloud, and I say like it's a nebulous concept. Nothing. It's a good dad joke, and you can tell who took Latin, right, when they were younger, too, right? But anyway, if that joke doesn't work, then I just kind of roll, like, just whatever, we're good. And if people laugh at that, then you'll get all of me, so. Right, that's just how it is. But it's something that I think about, is that, there's a lot of culture and camaraderie and other things in a lot of parts of our industry. But there's not necessarily like a GRC scene, right? There aren't people that are, you don't see like a lot of like cool sweatshirts with like, policy development on it, right? But for anybody going into the industry or thinking about the industry, for me, it's been a very rewarding thing to do. I love what I do. People mock me. They say that I'm the youngest person they've ever met in GRC. Which is not as true now. That's true 15 years ago. Does that work? But we start to think about security as a function, right? And you can get 100 different definitions of information security, right? You ever do that? Like, you go and look it up. I was actually looking it up. There's like 50 different definitions. So just insert your own in your mind, right? So whatever you're thinking the definition is, that's what it is. That's what we're going to use, and that's fine. But then we start to think about where does information security sit, and it's obviously starting to blend more and more into privacy and some other things. But is it a function of risk management, right? We hear a lot of people say that security is just risk management. Or does it become a business function? Especially when you talk about, if you're working in the industry now, how often do you deal with these third-party risk assessments? Where your customers and your clients are sending you these big spreadsheets asking about your security controls, right? All day long. And so in that sense, security is oftentimes a business function, right? Having that stuff in place versus a technical discipline. And one of the things that I always think about is that if all of us who obviously have an interest in the industry and in this topic, debate these things, then how are people outside of the industry ever going to get a handle on it? And how are we going to be able to communicate what it should look like to the rest of the organization? The other thing that's so challenging is security is so different at different organizations. I'm not going to call anybody out, but I see some yawns. So if you want me to spice things up, just give it a wait. We're good? Spice it up? Let's spice it up. Let's do it. All right. But the other piece is security is so different at different organizations, right? So like what's going to work at a Fortune 100 is going to be very different than what's going to work at a 50-person shop, right? And the issue is that oftentimes they have to meet the same requirements, right? I mean, just your data isn't more secure because you're at a small company and you don't have the resources to protect it. So again, as we just kind of think through where security is going to sit in the organization and overall as an industry, those are just things I think we need to think about. So I'm not good at IT at all, just FYI. I'm doing my best with the PowerPoint, but it gets me every time. My wife and I value education like a lot. So we have 2 master's degrees between us, but they're both hers. But I was telling a story earlier, during the pandemic, because I gave a lot of presentations with Zoom and whatnot, the number of times that I'm frantically trying to text her from my office to run down and help me figure out how to get the screens to work is very high. Or if my kids are home, like my 11-year-old or my 15-year-old, if they were here right now, we'd be having 0 technical issues. I can promise you that. But we start to think about, again, security as a specialization, but really it does cross over into so many other functions, right? And, like who's going to eat your lunch, right? Is that a cool thing to say? Or is that kind of stupid? It's stupid, I get it. All right. But you start to think about it, right? Like if you work in security, how much time do you spend working with the legal department, right? Because here's my thing. I've been doing security for a long time. I've been doing compliance for a long time and advisory. I'm not a lawyer, right? I don't, so we need to work with legal departments to interpret what the law says and then help them meet requirements around it, right? It's kind of like, it's like the same thing. I'm not an accountant. I mean, I can do your taxes. Well, I'll go to jail, but I can do your taxes. But, or privacy, privacy is continued to grow, right? So we see a lot of standards and requirements around privacy and things that are really overlapping with security. And that's obviously the kind of the confluence of legal and privacy. And also audit, right? Security so often is an audit function. I like to joke that I love IT auditors so much I married one. That joke goes over really well, like ISSA or ISACA, like the auditing groups. But here it kind of bombed. But so a lot of the things that we do traditionally, are we there to check things or are we there to provide guidance? And finance even, right? So finance, they're oftentimes coming to us with these requirements. Or general IT, right? Because again, so many of the roles and functions that I think we've traditionally thought of as security really are oftentimes better suited to sit in other parts of IT, right? It's kind of better way to kind of spread things out and it addresses the staffing problem. And of course, procurement, right? So we spend a lot of time, again, as organizations, dealing with third parties because there's so much risk there, right? If you look at a lot of the big stories over the years, you'll read, big company hacked, right? That's the headline. But the fifth paragraph is like, well, actually it was a service provider, right? It was actually some marketing company they used that had their data or whatever it is. So procurement has really been kind of moving into the security space as well. And so we'll see where it goes. But again, I just think that the way the industry is structured and the challenges that we're having is going to lead to us continue to move a lot more of this stuff to general IT with our oversight. So another piece is, of course, educating everyone. It's kind of funny because everybody always says security is everyone's responsibility. I mean, it's true, right? But it's not what they're going to think about all day. I actually, because I'm older, so in my day, there weren't like information security degrees, right? So I have a finance degree. And so I always think about that. Like, I don't know anything about, I took all these accounting classes, but I don't know the ins and outs of accounting. So why would I expect accounting to know the ins and outs of security, right? So we have to help them and educate them. And this is going to lead us right into our next slide. We're getting to a point, I promise. But you always hear the example. Everyone always talks about like sales or accounting. They always pick as like the example. That it's not necessarily hackers that'll get you. It's the, Bob in accounting. But again, my thing is always if somebody can take down your whole multi-billion-dollar company by clicking on one thing, maybe that's a problem, right? Maybe that's not their fault on some level, right? If you think about it, if you use vehicles as part of your job, it's my job absolutely to know the laws and follow the rules and be able to fill the thing with gas, but I don't need to know how to rebuild the motor, right? I don't even need to know how to change the oil, right? As a user, So where do we start to draw those lines? There it goes. Another piece I think that's incredibly important is understanding the business. I've talked to a lot of people that I know, because just working in this industry, a lot of your friends tend to be people that work in the industry. And oftentimes we'll hear just these stories, and they're always told with just a ton of flourish about breaking into some system or whatever. I remember years ago I was at a conference, and everyone was gathered around this one person that was telling a story about like hacking something. And it was amazing. Like this person should be in movies, the way they tell stories. But at the end I was like, oh, that's really cool. I was like, so, what was on that system? I was like, oh, it was actually for a parking gate in a parking garage. It's like, oh, it was at a hospital. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, so what could you see? Like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, could you see the credit card data on there? I'm like, no. I'm like, well, could you see like maybe who was coming and going? Because maybe I guess you could use that somehow. It's like, no. It's like, well, what could you see? It's like, well, I could see what time the gate went up and what time the gate went down. like, all right. I mean, but my point being is, that's obviously you want to fix that flaw, but how does that affect the business, right? And what's really, been interesting over kind of the time that I've been in the industry is people used to always joke about security was always going to say no to stuff, right? And here's the thing, like, if a company has an opportunity to make a ton of money on some new product or whatever, and security's like, no, we can't do that, what are they going to do? Well, they're going to make the product, right? So we want to just make sure that we're giving the message in such a way that, we're helping them, helping to lower risk and make things better. Another thing that I've just noticed across the industry is people want to get to zero risk. Well, there's no zero risk, right? I mean, how did everybody get here? I'm guessing some people probably walked, which I guess could be dangerous with the ice, but most people drive, right? Driving is one of the most dangerous things that you can do for any of us, but we still do it, right? So we're always gonna have risk in the things that we do. And so a lot of times what I'll see is people that wanna get to zero risk, and then nobody wants to listen to them, because you're never gonna get to zero risk, right? It's making sure you get to acceptable risk or understand the risk, et cetera, because we're not the FAA. Although that's become a really bad example lately with all these like near misses. But traditionally, the FAA was just such a fascinating organization because they really did work to get to zero risk. When I was a kid, stupid touchscreen. All right. When I was a kid, my dad used to travel a lot. He'd go to Europe. And planes would like crash. Like it was a thing, right? I mean, you remember that in the 90s, so there would be plane crashes. And I used to worry when he traveled. And these days, like my kids don't even understand that as a risk, right? I mean, when was the last domestic plane crash? It just doesn't happen. And it's because the FAA, I mean, if a plane crashes in the middle of the ocean, they will use submarines and bring up all the parts and reassemble the thing in a warehouse and then fix it on every single plane out there, right? I mean, but that's just not how most of life works, getting to zero risk. So it's really just understanding, how we can lower that risk and help organizations do that. And when security really understands the business and what its goals are and can help them meet them, it's going to be much better integrated into the organization. And really auditors and regulators can be your best friends, right? Because they can help you. One of my favorite stories is I worked with a pretty large company years ago, and I went out to visit them, and they were super excited to see me, which always makes you feel good because I like that. I think I'm fun. But I was like, oh, why are they so excited to see me? And they had just gotten an audit report, and they didn't understand what was in it. They're like, well, what do they want us to do? I'm like, well, where are they? They're like, well, they're a floor above us. I'm like, well, let's go ask them. Right? So we go up there and we just talk to the audit team about what they're looking for and what's going to meet the requirements and what the issues are. And everyone was so excited, like I was a hero. I was like, I didn't do anything. I was just to go talk to the people that give you the audit report, right? And so that's my thing, right? So talking to auditors, talking to the people who have stakes in this is super important. So another piece that I would like to bring up. So what is that? So my kids like these Would You Rather books. You ever seen those? Right? Would you rather drink a gallon of ranch dressing or drink a gallon of ketchup? And my kids get so mad because I'm like, I'm not doing either. They're like, well, you have to pick one. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm 6'3" and you're 3 feet tall. I'm not doing either. How are you gonna make me do that? But the point is, right, is that in life though, we have to make choices. And if somebody comes to you and says, would you rather pay for a software security team or work to get your developers to write better code, right? So would you rather have 2 extra developers and have all your developers be writing secure stuff, or would you rather add a bunch of people later in the process to do security? Well, for most companies, the answer is oftentimes going to be more developers, right? They can do these things. And again, especially now in today's economic climate, and as hard as it is to find people, I think that's going to continue, right? And this is going to be especially more true for these specialized roles, right? Things that are still defined as security functions, even though they're probably better suited as general IT functions. Like the example I used earlier, as a firewall admin or somebody that does IAM, how would you count that in your security spend? Right? Because that's a question I get asked all the time, right? It's well, what % of my IT budget should be security? I don't know unless you tell me how you're defining security. Right? I don't know because it's, is it part of this FTE, is the whole FTE, whatever it is. There's some things that are very obvious. If I'm buying product X that I have to have anyway to run the company, and the more secure version is 10% more, so what is the security spend that 10%, or is it the whole thing, or whatever? It's a challenge that we run into. But But just as we continue to mature the industry and see these organizations, is going to be thinking about, where these different roles and functions are sitting. Another piece to think about is, our reporting structures. How often do you hear security should not report to IT, right? That's a pretty common refrain. And just over the years, there's some very clear examples of that. If you have like real world situations that you kind of modify to be able to speak about, is the head of IT is incentivized with a bonus to ship a product, and it's an insecure product, and so security's like, well, we shouldn't ship it. Well, if security reports to IT, what happens? Probably get shipped, right? But does that necessarily make sense for technical implementation roles, right? So if you're out there configuring firewalls or doing IAM functions, does that make sense to sit outside of IT? Or does this only become true if information security becomes a true governance and kind of advising and risk management role? And you start to think of security moving over into, again, that more governance role, and then the implementation becoming more of an IT function. Does that sound ridiculous to anybody? Does that make some sense? Nobody cares? Both? Okay, all right. So the comment was around ISO and just how the different categories and functions all work together, and I'm right with you. I have a lot of thoughts about different standards and frameworks. My overarching one, because you don't want to hear me ramble about frameworks for like 8 or 10 hours, is generally the biggest issue that we run into. I don't mean we as a company, but just we as an industry, is that people will oftentimes take these frameworks or standards and want to use every part of it, right? So like the NIST cybersecurity framework, it's great, but the subtitle is what? For critical infrastructure protection. And so it's a great way to structure a program, but it may not apply. I mean, every part of it may not apply to you if you're making T-shirts, right? It might be different if you are critical infrastructure, et cetera. So that's one of the things too, is to kind of pick and choose where possible, not if you have to comply, with these different frameworks and standards. We could pivot. We could talk about ISO and NIST all day. That's my thing. I'm telling you. No, nobody wants to do that. You want to do it? We can. After this, if you want my card, like anybody, I'll talk about NIST and ISO all day. It's cool. I won't try to sell you anything. We'll just talk about it. But I think, with everything that we've talked about, is that this decision is going to be made for us, right? It doesn't matter what we want or what we think, because we can't necessarily find the people that we're looking for anyway. And again, just especially with all the specialization. Like I mentioned, when recruiters are out there looking to find people, they're never looking, or they're oftentimes not looking for these very specific roles in most situations. The vast number of them, and maybe because I work in advisory and that's just who calls me, but they really are looking for somebody to do everything. And it's like, that's cool. Like if I could do every single thing that you listed in this call, in this email you sent me, I'd probably be driving a Ferrari, right? I wouldn't be driving my Toyota product, right? And even if you are able to find people, what do budgets look like? Because that's another thing that we're kind of seeing is, budgets are changing, right? And the kind of wild west of, security spending is, seeming to contract in a lot of ways. And even determining like what skill sets we need, is not necessarily something that organizations are really thinking about. It tends to be more reactive than, proactive. And the other thing that we see, I think, too, is a lot of duplicative roles. And again, that comes down to a lot of the very technological things. But the big one is that third parties are going to continue to tell us what we have to do, right? And oftentimes when we think about, requirements, we look at laws and regulations and standards and everything like that. But one of the biggest ones people forget is contracts, right? So other organizations requiring us to do stuff, right? And what's interesting about that is it won't always really be something that technically should apply to you, right? But you still have to comply with it just because that's their rule. So again, I think we're going to continue to be told what we're going to be doing. Now again, always to bring it back around, I work in consulting, right? So I pay my mortgage because people use third parties, right? If people didn't use third parties, then I'd have to go work somewhere else, right? So I just want to be really clear about that. If I'm standing up here and I tell you how great, tomatoes are for your health, that's cool, but you should know if I'm a tomato farmer, right? It's fair. But I do think the key becomes, what to keep in-house and what not to keep in-house. What are the things that we can outsource? What are the things that we can use very specialized services for? And what are we going to do ourselves? And, what's going to be different in every organization? So Mike is leaving because he's giving a presentation next, not because he's bored. I don't want you to be like the first one to leave and then everyone else is like leaves too. It's like a party, right? Yeah. We're all out, right? But when we start to think about like what to bring in house and what to outsource or what to use specialized third parties for, it really does depend on the organization and its function. Like think about a manufacturer versus a software company. Manufacturing is fascinating to me. Because again, I used to almost use it as an interview question, like 10 or 15 years ago, I would say if you were to walk into a manufacturer that has zero compliance requirements, zero customer data, zero credit cards, nothing else, how would you sell them on the need for a security program, right? And that's like one of the hardest questions ever, right? I mean, it was maybe you could, back then it's, maybe you could sell them on the availability piece or what have you. But it was just a much different thing. But now everything's connected, right? It's all this IoT. Every single thing is connected to everything else. And so it's much different. But their needs are going to be much different. Anybody ever seen the movie Tommy Boy? Probably one of the greatest pieces of cinema in history. But it's fascinating, right? Because when they want to destroy the company, what do? They don't delete their records. They just change everything, right? So they don't just burn all that paper. They change it. So all of a sudden the brake pads are supposed to go to Peoria, go to Cleveland, and whatever else. So, that's another thing that obviously, a lot of those companies are concerned about is not just the availability, but also, the accuracy of that data. But even in the sense, when you talk about outsourcing, and again, I always want to specify, like I work for an organization that has an IR team, so I want to be really clear that I'm not here selling you anything. This is what I think, right? This is, but you start thinking about like even internal IR plans, right? Like what, does it make sense for most organizations to have an expert in forensic technology or malware reversing or whatever else it is? At bigger companies, sure, right? But those are things that oftentimes, are better outsourced. It's better to have some kind of flow chart where there are things that we know we can do internally on day-to-day stuff, and when do we pull the ripcord? Or at what point does a company become big enough to have a red team, right? Or any of those things. And that's obviously up for debate, and it has to do, with complexity as well. But also, I think the other piece that's going to become extremely important is this third-party risk management, right? Because again, everywhere I go, everybody I ever talk to, one of their biggest issues are all these vendor questionnaires, right? It's all this third-party risk management. They're just getting hammered with it every day. And what's fascinating to me is sometimes even at giant companies, you can go talk to a giant company with thousands of vendors, and they'll have like 3 or 4 people doing third-party risk management. Right, so I think that's something that's going to continue to grow, and it's going to be kind of interesting. So that right there, that was my quick anecdote. You can see my screen. But I think as we continue to look at distributed security functions, it's going to continue to really be outcome-based, because again, a lot of times what we see with programs is very reactive rather than building for the future or anticipating what the issues are going to be. And looking at what we want to accomplish and, what are our end goals. And another piece is who's determining the end goal, right? Because how oftentimes in organizations do you see risk or issues being accepted at a certain level of the organization that the board would never accept if they knew about? So really pulling everything together and making sure everyone is working together to understand what our desired outcomes need to be and should be and how we're going to get there together. Oh, that didn't work. All right, there it is. And again, another thing, I always say that we'll never be out of work in this industry because everything changes so quickly, right? Like it seems like every few years, like you see a story that's like, oh, they're fixing the password issue, or they're building like the most secure thing ever. I'm like, oh man, what are we gonna do for work, right? You ever see those? And okay, but you always see those. I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do? Because I'm not like, I don't know what I would do. When I was in school in the summertime, I used to work on the golf course and I mowed lawns. I mowed the greens and stuff. And I had to be there at like 5:30. It was the greatest thing ever, right? If every job paid the exact same amount, that's what I would do, right? So if we solve the security problem, that's cool. I'm gonna go do that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the golf course. But it's just amazing because every time you think maybe things are going to get better and they're going to need less of us, something new comes out, right? It used to be that we focus so much on building walls around everything and, okay, things are getting more secure. And then all of a sudden, everybody's sharing data everywhere all the time with everyone. So, okay, I guess they need us again. But if you look at, a lot of organizations, if you look at, software as a service, the cloud, right? Platform as a service, everything else, et cetera, as a service. Is that funny? Is that funny? Okay, because I got like 3 things that were funny so far. Maybe 4, depending. All right. I'll keep trying. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, according to Michael Scott, quoting Wayne Gretzky. There's 5. All right. But no, I think that's a model that we're starting to see, right? Because a lot of organizations that we saw throughout the years, were very good at applying policies and procedures and everything else to on-prem, but then they move stuff to the cloud. And I'm not saying the cloud breaks, but all the policy procedures they developed over the years suddenly no longer quite work or quite fit with what they're doing, in the cloud, and so now they're not following their own policies. And the model there, when you go out to organizations, you'll oftentimes see a ton of contractor badges. They're everywhere, because they bring in so much professional services to deal with all this. And I think that's probably going to be a continued model for security, right? I think a lot of security is going to continue to be professional services. Also keep in mind that the same security structure is not going to work everywhere. It's not going to be the same thing everywhere. And I really think it's going to be a fundamental, shift in just how we think about security and how we're implementing security and maintaining it. And I think especially for anyone in the room that's a student, you're going to see that over your career. It's going to be very different. I think that we're kind of at a point where, things have kind of morphed over time, but it feels like it's starting to accelerate a little bit. So with that, I've allowed some time for questions. Does anyone have any? Yes, let's start. So the question was, in kind of governance and GRC, are there any skills that are more desirable, for individuals that want to enter it or grow in it? So 2 things. First of all, grab my card after if you want, because I'm always happy to talk to you about it. My career throughout it, both early on and every step of it, there've been so many people that helped me, and so I'm always happy to do the same. And but yes, I think one of the things that's so important is, unless you go out and start your own company and everybody, that you can't just tell people what to do, right? So I think in life and everything else, it becomes, we need to learn how to, make arguments and persuade and educate and inform rather than tell. Because it's, so I know that soft skills, it's so obnoxious how much people talk about soft skills, but it really is true, right? And so I think especially in advisory roles, it's extremely important, to be able to articulate messages well, to talk to people about the why, and not just the what. It's, even when we're talking to end users, if you just tell people what they have to do, I mean, some number will do it, maybe even begrudgingly. But if you explain to people why it's important, you're going to get a lot more compliance. And I think in governance and in advisory, that's extremely important as well, right? So making sure that we're telling people why, and that kind of thing. I know that's kind of broad, and I don't know if that answers your question. The other piece is, from a more tactical perspective, is, if you're getting into compliance standards and everything else, if you can really understand how they overlap, that's an extremely important skill, right? So that you can help people in the sense of, if you do these 3 things, it's going to cover these parts of these, standards. If you do those 4 things, it's going to cover these parts, et cetera. So then instead of looking at every requirement, on its own, you can see where they overlap and do things once. But as I said, I'm going to be completely open with you. Like, I give a lot of presentations, and I don't get a lot of people asking me about how to get into GRC. So call me anytime, and we'll talk about it. And yes, I will, anything you need. They do. So, I mean, as I said, I love advisory. And again, it's just, I joke that it's like the dermatology of information security and not like and I'm talking about the schedule. Because again, right, if you're going to be a doctor, like dermatology is the way to go for two reasons, right? One is they do procedures, right? And procedures are where you make all the money. And the second piece is there just aren't emergencies. Like I said, I mean, there's not like a dermatologist on call, like on a holiday at 3 a.m, you're not running, you're not flying into the hospital to, do something, right? So same thing with GRC and advisory. And it grows so much. Because what organization is never going to get smaller? Government, right? And who makes laws and regulations? There you go. So it's just, but I really think, especially if you look at kind of how few, regulations there have been. I mean, at some point they're going to be, they're going to probably be the dam's going to break. So I think we'll always be in demand for those things. The other thing is, I think, is making sure you know how to work with like legal teams. So the question was around, where information security reports to, and can it report somewhere aside from IT, without kind of somebody having that specialized IT knowledge? That summarizes it pretty well, and kind of what we're seeing out there. And the answer is we're seeing everything, right? So again, just because I think information security is still very new as an industry and as a role and everything else, it hasn't helped that there are a lot of regulations out there that now require organizations to have a named CISO, right? And so oftentimes I'll just toss that on somebody, right? It's not necessarily a defined role, it's just somebody has to sign off that they're doing it. So I think the thing is always backing up and determining like what the head of security or CISO role is. Is it a true board level position? Not that commonly, right? And whether it is, somebody that's kind of head of IT security, or is it someone that's, more in a governance role? And when it comes to highly regulated environments, oftentimes, what we think of, or what I think of as security requirements from a more compliance or regulatory standpoint, ends up falling to like the head of enterprise risk, who then kind of delegates it down to somebody in a more technical role. So I know I'm not clearly answering your question, but the answer really is it's all over the place. The other thing is it oftentimes has a lot to do with internal politics at organizations. People don't want to have that move in different places or, things like that. So I don't necessarily have a clear answer for you, except that we see it a ton of different ways. And just given how different organizations are, there's not really one clear answer or clear way to do it. Did I answer your question? Mostly 90%, 80%? 73.6. I graduated from high school with like a 2.3, so I'm on it. Yes.
So how would you go about answering the question you brought up for like a mid-sized manufacturing company that is maybe looking into security but not sold on the idea of having specialized training and services?
So the question was, how would you kind of sell? I want to be very clear. Sell a mid-size manufacturing company security, and I want to be clear about selling them on the idea is different than me selling them security, right? Because I always want to clarify and be honest about what I do. On the idea of security, it's become much easier to sell just based on availability, right? Because things are so connected, and if you look at organizations and how long they can stop their line without going out of business, is a pretty clear one. The other one is, as much as a lot of people hate regulations or hate GRC, for security people, I mean, I loved it for years because it was the only reason a lot of people did stuff, right? If I come in there and try to explain to somebody why they need to do these things, it's like, get out of here, Alex. But if I come in here and say, hey, the regulation says you have to do this, or if you want to take credit cards, you have to do this, my job's much easier. So I think it depends, depending on what industry they're in, there are certain regulations around manufacturing. The other thing is that the manufacturing regulations are growing. So you start to see, and sorry, I don't want to get it wrong, especially because this is recorded, but I forget what it's called, but like the auto manufacturers association or whatever it is, is starting to push security standards out as part of their quality stuff. There's like lighting groups, for like lighting manufacturers that are starting to push out, certain security requirements as part of their quality standards, et cetera. So it's showing up everywhere. So that's one way it's moving into the manufacturer, but usually it's the availability. The other thing is, do they have contract data? What data do they have? The other thing is, it's really shocking. I think in manufacturing environments, people don't realize what's connected. So they think something is, not connected or vulnerable, but then it's like, well, actually, that system that's 75 years old has something hooked up to it that, tells you what level the materials are at, and that talks back to our, SAP, and all of a sudden that becomes, and then that pulls that whole thing into scope for whatever. So did I answer your question? In a really roundabout way? So it depends. If you give me like a more specific situation, I can answer it for sure.
Yeah, I think it'd be more of the kind of older traditional mindset of we not thinking they have anything online and really moving toward bringing things online.
That's the thing is as you bring things online, is just having a strategy for it. And I hate to say this because, as a third party, absolutely you never want to sell with like fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But internally, right, if I'm an employee of a manufacturer, then I'm happy to be like, well, here's 10 news articles from the past 2 months that show manufacturers that went out of business because they can't make stuff because they were compromised. I hate to give that recommendation, but internally, I hate when salespeople do it, but internally. But I think that's one. And the other thing is, I think look for, whatever the manufacturer is specifically. I mean, if they make steel, then find examples of steel manufacturers. If they, and because I said manufacturing is such a broad thing. I mean, they could make pharmaceuticals, or they could make, parts for fighter jets, or they could make, I don't know, like those troll dolls. I don't know. Any other questions? Yes. It can be super tough, and it depends, right? I mean, a lot of stuff is check the box. It really depends on the organization and kind of what their goals are. The fact of the matter is, if you look at companies, like, think about all the companies that have gone out of business in the past, like 5 or 10 years, right? Did they go out of business because their security was bad? No. Like, companies do stupid things, right? I mean, they make bad marketing decisions, they make bad HR decisions, they make bad financial decisions. I mean, you can't go shop at Kmart right now, and it's not because they had bad security, right? I mean, so all I'm saying is, the expectation that companies are going to do everything, make lots of bad decisions, but do security really well, right? It's probably fantasy. So it really depends. And again, I do think that. I promise you we're not going to get into like specific compliance talk because everybody's going to hate me. But if you look at things like, like PCI 4.0, PCI has like really evolved over the years. Back in the early days, it said like you had to have a web application firewall. That's what it said. You could literally, it could be set with any, and as long as you had it, it was a check mark, right? But over the years, it morphed, right, to become more prescriptive. And people, like, as much as people like beat up on PCI, at least it tells you exactly what to do, right? Not like HIPAA. Like HIPAA feels like it was written by consultants to get more billable hours, right? It's like you can interpret however you want. But like PCI is very specific. And even that, now it's moving a lot more towards judging the effectiveness of controls. So, and again, nobody wants to talk about PCI, but now at least if you're checking the boxes, and those boxes are being checked thoroughly, then you're going to be in a better position. So I think it's probably a multitude of things that are going to move us towards that. But it's a tough situation. Plus, nobody wants to spend money they don't have to. It's like insurance, right? I tell you, I'd say I'm 44. I've been driving since I was 16. I've had 0 claims on my insurance ever, right? So you add up all that money I've spent, and if I had invested that conservatively, right, I should have just not had insurance, and taken my chances, right? But again, people just don't want to spend money on stuff they don't have to do. Did I answer your question? Sort of? Okay. Any other questions? Let's do it. I love fun questions. So here's the thing. So I got my start writing documentation many years ago. And before I got into security, so I worked at a website, like a media website, doing coding and that kind of stuff. And then I got into like process documentation. And one thing that's kind of funny is if you ever are like sitting in a Ferrari 512 and you look at the owner's manual and you look at the media supplement and you look at the screenshots on there, you will see that the radio station in the screenshot is a Cleveland radio station because I wrote a lot of the owner's manual for it. Nobody cares, but it's funny, right? It's a funny fact. And so I've done documentation forever. And you know, the answer is the policy that I love best is the one that somebody had the most trouble with. Because as a consultant, like you can't be in consulting for as long as I have if you don't like what you do. It just burns you out, right? And so policies are one of those things. Again, it's like, I mean, are we saving lives? No. But is it pretty awesome to like walk into an environment where someone's like, oh, we've been having so much trouble getting this done and I don't know how to write this policy, and you can help them out. So that's my favorite policy to write. And I can answer your question without really answering it. Because I mean, I don't have a favorite policy. All right. Any other questions? Yes. I have not. I played the old one, which is not there anymore. But no, I need to go into the office because actually, so I gave a presentation. I gave a 6-hour training a few weeks ago, and right before the training, they tell us they don't have a projector. So I'm like, hey Dave, I need a projector. So of course he ships one to my house. And so I use that, and this is a long way of saying that I have the projector sitting on my desk at home, and I have to take it into the office. So I have to go in there anyway. So, but yeah, I'll go in there and play some video games. So can I tell one quick story? All right. So back in the old days, we have a Super Nintendo in the old office, and we played Mario Kart a lot. We're super busy now, so it doesn't happen as much. But I was always traveling. I was always out working, so I just never played. And so I would get beat every time I played, like every single time. Everybody made fun of me, like it was awful. And so my wife now, but we were just dating at the time, I went home and I told her. So we go and we buy a Super Nintendo, we buy Mario Kart, and we played every night for like 3 hours. We played Mario Kart. And then so I go into the office, and this guy named Dave Thompson, who was just the greatest video game player ever. He has the high score on our pinball. But I go and they're like, oh, let's play Mario Kart. And they're like all groaning because they don't want to play with me. So we start playing. I just nail them all, right? I win, like by a lot, because I've been practicing for like 4 months. And then I've never played again. So yeah. Pardon? Yeah, well, I wasn't good as a kid either. So it was not like riding a bike because it was terrible. But yes. So yeah, I'll go and check that out. Any other questions? And I always say, so I've worked, I've been to TrustSec 10 years. But prior to that, we worked at a different consulting company together. And then he kind of went off, and I went off to a software company, and then we got back together. But everyone's always like, what's it like, working in Dave's shadow? I'm like, it's not a shadow, it's a glow. Right? Like, I love it. Like, we've just worked together forever. But I've never been anywhere where I didn't get a question about Dave. He's awesome, yeah. All right, well, thank you everybody so much. As I said, I wasn't sure how big of a crowd we get talking about GRC and advisory, given the competing track, but I appreciate everyone coming out. It's been a great pleasure.
All right, thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and start the next talk at 11 o'clock. That will start from both rooms. So in this room, we're going to hear from Carrie Randolph. But other than that, you'll have a 10-minute break, and then we'll start right back up at 11. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the 11 o'clock talk. We're trying to stay on schedule here with both sessions going on at the same time. But today we're going to hear from Carrie Randolph. She is the Senior Security Consultant for Go Security Pro. Previously, she was the CIO for Oklahoma's Department of Education, and she was one of the co-founders of B-Sides Oklahoma. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and introduce Carrie Randolph on her presentation of Working Smarter, Not Harder to Thwart Modern Hackers. Take it away.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's my first time in South Dakota, coming from Oklahoma, so I'm really stoked to be here and share some information with you guys. I hope you find it valuable. Today, we're going to learn a couple different things. We're going to learn how some Russian state actors are bypassing Duo MFA. I'm going to walk you through how we've exploited IPv6. We're going to talk about how we've extracted LDAP service accounts from fax servers to eventually gain domain admin. How to find systems with default credentials, how to review and harden your system configurations. Also, why many vulnerabilities with a CVSS of 10.0 should not be on the top of your remediation priority. And we're going to end with a step-by-step repeatable process to identify vulnerabilities that your vulnerability scanners cannot find. A little bit about me and my company. We're a small firm, about 4 years old, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's co-founded by Jeff and Susan Wilson. Jeff has extensive, amazing background working for the NSA, federal auditor. Susan leads up the legal side of our house as our company's president. I'm lead the GRC side of the house, and Ed Crandall does business development. We've recently added a new team member for client engagement. But we specialize in vulnerability management, pen testing, risk assessments. We're very strong in the HIPAA space. We're seeing a lot more come through with GLBA and FTC safeguards and general virtual CISO consulting. A little bit about me. Annabelle gave a great introduction. I went to local colleges in Oklahoma, also local tech centers. I placed a strong value in getting hands-on experience, not just theoretical. I have a strong background in public sector, about 10 years of experience working with state government. I'm very proud to be a co-founder of B-Sides Oklahoma, which is a security conference happening next month. It'll be our 9th year. And I'm also a founding member of Techlahoma, which is a nonprofit in Oklahoma that works to facilitate different user groups across the state, hack nights, coding groups. We've got crazy amounts of channels for every topic and programming language you can think of in tech. So today what we want to start with thinking is, how do hackers think? You know, it's not all necessarily devious. Whether you know it or not, every person in this room is a hacker, starting with kids. Have you ever watched a kid trying to open up a cabinet door where they know that the snacks are, or how to figure out a toy, or how to work a smartphone? Those kids are hackers. They have no fear that they're going to break something. They're constantly manipulating things. One tactic doesn't work, I'm going to shift and pivot and try something else. That is what they're doing. My toddler has actually locked my phone up for 15 minutes. She's enabled accessibility features for the blind, where you have these crazy touch controls. It's crazy what all kids can do, and you have no fear of breaking technology. So from our company, this is a little bit of our methodology for pen testing. And we want to start with thinking about external networks. And how do you identify your exploitable weaknesses to an internet-based attacker? You're a traditional malicious attacker who has that true outsider's perspective to your network. And you want to start with the vulnerability management program. And why that's so important, regular ongoing process of identifying, assessing, and reporting and managing weaknesses and vulnerabilities. With new clients, we see known vulnerabilities affecting 75% of their systems, and that's on average. And this leaves a massive opportunity for hackers. Vulnerability management is important. It's a requirement for many audit, compliance, risk management frameworks. NIST 853 specifically calls it out. IRS, SSA, CJIS, PCI. There's lots of new things going on with FTC safeguards. Those deadlines have been expanded from December to June. CMMC, if you're in manufacturing and DoD contracts. Center for Internet Security also calls out continuous phone management as a critical security control. So what we're seeing here, this is a chart that's breaking down new vulnerabilities identified year to year. It's 25 times increase in new vulnerabilities discovered in 2022 from 28,000. And you might think, why are there so many new vulnerabilities being discovered? For 2023, we're on track to hit 24,000 new vulnerabilities discovered in that year alone. And the answer is hackers and research groups are becoming more prevalent. Hackers are no longer operating as individual groups. They're Fortune 500 companies. It increases their bottom line to find new vulnerabilities that you have to protect against and try to remediate. Recent studies are showing that most security leaders have a vulnerability backlog of over 100,000 vulnerabilities. The average time to fix a single vulnerability in 2021 was 202 days or 7 months. You have a backlog of 100,000 vulnerabilities, and it takes you 7 months to fully remediate one. How are we going to do this? Most orgs are still struggling to patch Log4j. New stuff is coming out about Log4j, and that came out in December of 2021. And there's got references here for where you can go, and you can look at this data for yourself if you'd like. But there's obvious technical challenge, but I think a lot of the times we forget about people. What are our processes and procedures? How can you ever work through the sheer volume of vulnerabilities if you're not using consistent methods of prioritizing remediation? I've talked to organizations that have 0 scheduled maintenance. How are admins ever going to be able to remediate vulnerabilities? A bulk of them that is some type of patching, and you have to reboot to apply patches. If your business doesn't support maintenance and say, no, our systems have to be online 24/7, you can't have regularly scheduled maintenance. What are security professionals or your sysadmins supposed to do? It becomes very, very difficult to do just basic maintenance. And again, attackers are more well-funded than ever before, and they have more resources and more incentive to discover these new weaknesses. So at Go Security Pro, we've identified what we coin as our 3 pillars of an effective vulnerability management program. And the first step is identification. Do you conduct automated external vulnerability scanning, where you're getting that perspective of that true malicious attacker? Do you also do automated credentialed internal agent-based scanning? The value with that is if a malicious attacker does get a foothold in your network, where all can they go? Maybe you've got a really hardened exterior perimeter, but what if a credential becomes compromised, they get the foot in the door? Where can they move? What can they do? Manual testing is important, and all 3 of these have to go on a regular basis. We've seen orgs hit with exploitable RDP, exchange servers, network devices. You can also see exposed non-vulnerable services like database ports, SMB signing, web server content that maybe shouldn't be accessible. So the reason why you need both automated and manual testing is this. Automated testing is going to give you that auditor's perspective. Are you just trying to check a compliance box and say, yes, we do this? You will see, you'll have full access to all vulnerable applications like Adobe Reader, Java, all of those. From the attacker's perspective, you're actually testing for vulnerabilities that the auditor's toolkit doesn't identify. And that's really important to do both. When you're testing for exploitability, it helps you find those things that the scanners aren't going to find. Maybe you couldn't fully remediate a vulnerability, but you were able to introduce some compensating controls. Maybe you can put it behind a DMZ. Maybe you can change some firewall rules. How do you actually go through and verify, did the changes I made fix this? Did it take it all back to a risk management framework? Did my compensating controls actually reduce the likelihood of this event occurring or this vulnerability being exploited? You also have to have manual inspection to look for false positives. Vulnerability scanning on web applications is notorious for throwing false positives. Those web apps are working exactly the way that they're supposed to, but it can trigger finding. You need manual inspection to make sure you're getting all assets. If you are only scanning a section of your network, and maybe you don't even know. IT professionals will go into places all the time, and they're inheriting systems, they're inheriting networks. How do you do that discovery and make sure you're protecting all of your network? Maybe you're on a college campus, and I'm seeing all the faculty, but then you forget about, there's this little group of computers in the library lab. Those aren't being managed. What's going on here? So there's tons of vulnerabilities that you can find that are not going to be being picked up on vulnerability scanners. Weak protocols, default passwords, weak configuration. So when we do manual testing, we always find several default passwords that have huge impacts on the organization. And I'll go into some of those in a little bit more detail as we go on. So digging into the external network. When we do external network vuln scanning, what do we see? Legacy TLS. Some of these will show TLS 1.0 and 1.1 are vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks, which will risk integrity of authentication and the data sent between 2 points, like a website and a browser. They were deprecated by the Internet Engineering Task Force in 2020. There's also weak SSL TLS configurations, remote desktop services, proxy logon, default credentials. The use of weak encryption ciphers, DES, 3DES, RC2, all of these are known to be affected by the birthday attack, which is essentially just a brute force method with some detailed math for short cipher blocks. We once had an organization that they had extremely bad luck. They were switching out a firewall. And while they were switching out firewall, they didn't realize that RDP was enabled on a server. So in the short amount of time that they were switching out their firewall, they had a breach because RDP was publicly exposed and facing. So I want to walk you guys through something that we thought was pretty cool, a relatively new hack that we started doing last year, and this is exploiting IPv6. I'm going to walk you through the attack sequence. Steps 1 through 3 here is basically intercepting DNS. And we want to force victims to authenticate to the attacker system, us, of course, being ethical hackers in this point. People were paying us to do this. We weren't just doing it for fun. So man-in-the-middle 6 is the pen testing tool, exploits default config of Windows to take over DNS, default DNS. By default, Windows supports IPv6 and actually prefers it over version 4. Windows systems will request DHCP periodically, so attack sequence. You're going to run man-in-the-middle 6. I've got the script up there. If you want to take screenshots of this, feel free to go ahead. The D just limits the man-in-the-middle activity to just the target domain. Windows is periodically going to lose that DHCP version 6 discovery. Man-in-the-middle is going to pop in and respond with DHCP leases, get some fake IP addresses, and then link some local ranges into the fake DNS server. Then we're going to use a relay tool. We're going to relay intercept authentication to AD admin controllers. Again, not going to fully go through the script there, but feel free to take screenshots if you want to use it. We have all the different syntax there defined. And this is going to do WPAD spoofing and credential relaying. Selectively reply to DNS queries to add redirect authentication to the domain controller. Within minutes of this pen test, we had an export of all user accounts and all group policy settings. If I have your user account, it's only a matter of time before I can crack a password. Alternatively, we can also relay that authentication to specific target hosts. If that local user is an admin, we can get the password hashes. If I have your hashes, only a matter of time till I'm in. This is something that vulnerability scanners do not find. This is identified through manual detection. Prevention methods listed here: disable your vulnerable protocols. Get your firewall set to block IPv6. Disable some of your other settings for group policy, and enable SMB signing. That's another thing. Flip up a switch, change a group policy, push it out. So this is fun. Service accounts, default credentials, and fax servers. Pen testing world, this is like a little pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So what we did, we were pen testing and we found a fax server. No big deal, we got in. You might see some faxes, maybe a little bit of PHI, maybe a little bit of PII, depending on the organization. But what we found is from a basic user account, we could see the configuration. We've masked this. We want to protect our clients, obviously. But what we can see here is the fax server is authenticating with LDAP. They had a service account that was mapped to their login server, which is their domain controller, and we could see the user account. Now, the login password is masked, so we couldn't really see that. So what could you do here? We can change the configuration, so we decided to stand up our own LDAP server. And we redirected it, and we reinforced plain text authentication. Then we had the password. Unfortunately for the client, the service account for that fax server was set up as a domain admin. They had not followed principles of least privilege, so we were game over. One fun fact, just our firm, when we do pen testing, we set an engagement, and once we obtain domain admin, it's not fully game over for us. We reset and we go back to the beginning of the drawing board, and we start testing again like we had not obtained domain admin to see what those other attack vectors might be. So how can you identify these unknown vulns? What all is out there? There's so many different systems, there's so many different softwares. What can you do? So again, these manual testing is needed, whether you're using Qualys, Tenable, Nessus, Rapid7. They're not going to detect default and weak passwords. Vulnerable protocols like POP3 and IMAP in your Office 365 environment. Any support for legacy TLS, thinking about third parties. The speaker before, talked a lot about third-party risk management. Do you require unique accounts for each individual at your third-party support personnel, or is that admin credential for your MSP may be shared among 5, 10, 50 different support staff at your MSP? How are they securing that credential with privileged rights into your network? These are all vulnerabilities that can be exploited by attackers. So even when we have these vulns in our inventory of known vulnerabilities, for whatever reason, they're not getting prioritized. So we talked a little bit about default credentials. On average, we find 18 default credentials on internal networks with new clients. Laziness with setting up systems. So I'm going to walk you through. This is going to seem a little rudimentary, but hey, you use what works, right? So this is step by step what we do. First, we're going to run nmap. We're going to see what all is out there. Again, feel free to take images or take a shot of this script. It's going to work over everything. So once we have those URLs and the IPs for their systems, we're going to extract those URLs, and then we're going to just open them up in the multiple URLs Firefox plugin, and we're going to start working through tabs. We're going to manually start Googling each of the products they have and what are the default passwords for that system. Common default credentials are going to include admin, admin password, or admin and a blank password. Some less common ones we've seen for like Dell remote access controls is root Calvin. I've got some other printers out there, some APCs, some badge access systems. So many of these are kept with default credentials. And again, if I can log into those systems and I'm there, where else can I pivot or move laterally or other things that I can find, or are those associated service accounts potentially domain admin or have higher levels of rights? So that's covering vulnerability identification. Next up, we're going to look at prioritization and communication. Are you prioritizing based on risk and exploitability, not just a CVS score? Are you accounting for changing threat landscape? What is actually being exploited in the wild, in real time? What exploits are people actually using? And how are you regularly communicating those top priorities to IT teams? Maybe in a bigger organization, you have someone that's doing vuln scanning. And is it someone on the applications team to fix this, or is it someone on the servers team? If it's IIS, is it applications or is it server? Is it networking or is it server? Who is going to be responsible for this, and how are you communicating once you identify? So this is just a simple screenshot from Qualys. It's a normal vulnerability dashboard that you might be used to seeing if you've used one before. And you log in, and you see 187,000 unique vulnerabilities. It's overwhelming. It's incredibly overwhelming. And where do you start? How do you pick which one to do first? How can you take this technology? And then also from an administrative approach, you think, oh, hey, I've got this tool that's identifying my vulnerabilities, but are your staff trained to use it properly? How are you integrating the people elements and the processes to actually be effective with your program? So what we do is we incorporate CISA's known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. I think it's up to, as of last night, it was 896 items. And these are vulnerabilities that CISA has known that a malicious attacker has actually taken action on and had a successful result. Another thing that we do is we bring in red team analysis. We're not just looking at those scores of top 10s. We are looking for the things of what make our hackers happy. If they go into this system and they see this, what is going to get them in? What is something that's very easy to exploit? SMB signing is huge. If our hackers see that, they're going to get so happy, especially if it's on a domain controller. You can export full lists of users, and it makes it really easy to then start doing credential hashing. And sometimes even things as like auto run and autoplay. if we can exploit that, and if we're actually physically on site, what type of USB drive can I plug in and it's automatically going to execute? So doing a little bit of a dive into CISA known exploited vulns. These are the vulns that have been exported, and here's a breakdown of their different scores. The 10 out of 10, this represents 1.4 of all known CVEs, not just the CISA vulnerabilities, but all known vulnerabilities with a 10 out of 10 CVSS score. If you start trying to work through your 10 out of 10, and let's just say we're just looking at the CISA ones, and there's 124 of them, it's going to take you 7 months to remediate one on average. You're never going to get out of working that 10 range because new vulnerabilities are being discovered. 25,000 vulns discovered last year. We're on track to have around the same amount discovered this year. So while the CISA catalog gives us insight to those vulns that are known to be exploited, what else can we learn? What we're seeing is attackers know that it's very common. Hey, this has the highest score. I should start working on that first. That's the most critical, right? So what they're doing, instead of exploiting those high risk, very critical vulnerabilities, they're stringing together attacks using multiple exploits from that 5 to 8 range. So like SMB signing, I think that's like a 7.5 maybe, somewhere-ish in there on a CVS score. So they are being smart. It's the same intelligence that we have as defenders. Or if you're a pen tester too, you're looking through these things. If you can string multiple attacks together that are less likely to go under the radar, you're going to be in, and it's going to be easier for you to perform your attack. So the CISA list only presents about 0.5% of all known vulnerabilities, and it's really an amazing reference, but it can't be your only influence on what you're prioritizing. So what is not in the CISA catalog? Here's a handful of things that are on there. These are things that red teams find, but automated scanning does not. And a lot of these things come down to configuration. How are you enforcing your group policy? So we're going to switch, and that's external network. We're going to look at internal network, and what do we see? We see patching, legacy stuff, and configurations. So with patching, are you doing operating system patches? What about your firmware? What about your third-party software? We see legacy systems and applications. Patching is really such a broad and simplistic term in comparison to how good patching or bad practices will overall affect your security posture. Most major vulns are 0 days that get a special name, like Print Nightmare or Blue Keep, Eternal Blue. Those things are so severe, they're going to be remediated by patching, and it's going to be very high priority and high visibility. So, maybe you have automated tools in place to push OS patches, but do you also have the means of patching third-party software? That can be difficult, especially for smaller shops that don't have an enterprise-level budget. Outdated Adobe Reader and Acrobat. There's massive campaigns going on right now, especially targeting HR with LinkedIn and Indeed, and they're sending malicious PDF files, and if one of those recruiters open up a PDF that they think is a resume, and they happen to have a legacy Adobe Reader or Adobe DC on their systems, it's a high probability that just by opening that PDF that they think is part of their daily job duty is going to infect their system. Legacy is just understanding the severity of no more patches. How do you explain that to administrators? And yeah, hey, technically it's still running, it's operational, but what is the impact? There's no more security patches. There's no more support from the vendor from this. We talked about default credentials earlier, but what about shared credentials? What about non-expiring credentials? I had a risk assessment finding for a shared credential for a client that had an MSP. They had 50 support staff with access to that credential, and they had a breach. Forensics pointed back to the MSP's account. Did they go into the details of full forensics and accountability there? I'm not at liberty to speak, but the point is, the more people that know a secret means it's not a secret anymore. And then you have other regulation and other compliance requirements, like HIPAA has a unique attribute access rule. It is a HIPAA requirement that every single individual has to have a unique attribute. So when you go back and look at your logs, you have to be able to clearly and definitively say, it was this person that took this action. Weak configurations, these are all things that a lot of it will tie back into policies and procedures. It's not the sexy, cool, hacking Mr. Robot stuff that you see on TV. There's a lot of cybersecurity that is downright boring and a little mundane. Policy and procedures are really a huge piece and serve as the foundations of your internal security program. Okay, so now there's some more fun stuff. Weak configuration bypassing Duo. So there's a situation where Russian state actors gained a foothold at a non-government organization through a weak password, whether that was a default credential, April 2022, exclamation point, or 2023. But the account was active in AD, but it was unenrolled in Duo. So they were able to enroll that account in Duo, and it prompts for re-enrollment. So the user was still active in AD, so they were able to get enrolled. And at the bottom, we're just walking through, what that Duo login looks like, where they're, hey, verify the ownership, and then they have the QR code that they need to sign, and they are completely activated within Duo. Once they were in as a standard user, they found Print Nightmare. From there, they were able to execute to privilege escalation to administrator, and from there, they could disable Duo on certain hosts. And there's a script if you want to see what they used. There's a little bit of that was redacted just to protect the client, the NGO that this happened to. But Duo configured to fail open. So MFA is not required if the Duo server cannot be reached. Then they were able to RDP into domain controllers. And you might think, what could we do to prevent something like this? And avoid re-enrollment scenarios. Avoid fail open configuration. From a boring policy procedure, think about reviewing your accounts, your periodic access reviews. What are your termination procedures like? Does IT actually get notified within a reasonable time frame that someone's been terminated or is no longer with the company? Ensuring those inactive accounts are fully disabled in Active Directory and not just unenrolled. And then Print Nightmare, that's huge. That's something that you should have patched. It's actually also in CISA's known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. And make sure that you don't have fail open set, that is not unique to Duo. Another hack that I find really interesting because it used multiple attack vectors was the Uber hack in September of 2022. It's now been attributed to lapses. What happened was they fished for credentials. Once they got credentials, they were stopped by Duo. So then they did an exhaustion attack on Duo, and they had a certain person that they had already identified, and they vished them. They called them up on the phone and said, hey, I'm so-and-so with IT. You've probably noticed that your phone's been going nuts with Duo notifications. We're having a little bit of issues. I'm IT. I need you to verify, what's your authentication code on Duo right now? The person gave it to them. So they were in. Once they were in with that person's credentials, they've located a PowerShell script. And inside of that script was hard-coded credentials. And those credentials happened to be for their privileged access management system. So from there, they're in the PAM. They could give themselves access to anything that PAM was managing. So they give themselves elevated privileges. Oh, I want this, this, this. It was like a shopping spree with daddy's credit card. So we've now found that over 77,000 employee records were found to have been exfiltrated. User data was not, but they got a cache, a big fat loot box of tons of employee data. Weak configurations remediated with group policy. SMB signing. It should be enabled and required. This is simple through group policy. If this is on a domain controller, you're open to man-in-the-middle attacks through SMB poisoning. Null sessions, landman. Null sessions are going to allow an unauthenticated attacker to get that list of local users. When it affects domain controllers, you can get a full listing of domain users. Once you've got that list of users, you can start doing credential sprays and brute force. Null sessions allows any authenticated user to obtain sensitive information about the system. Landman and TLM v1, it's just a weak method for encrypting passwords. It's open to man-in-the-middle attacks. Default auditing isn't necessarily a vulnerability, but it is a risk. If you don't have audit logs going back 90 days to a year, you're likely not going to have enough evidence if you do have some type of security event or intrusion. And for bigger targets and bigger organizations, we're seeing more and more that attackers will gain that initial foothold, and then they sit and wait. And, maybe you've seen in movies or something, and you see a sniper getting into position, and they're on the ground, and they're there for days, weeks, slowly moving into the environment. Same thing as malicious attackers. They're going to get into that environment, and they want to try to stay undetected for as long as possible. So they're going to take teeny tiny small movements in your system, do some recon, figure out where they can go and not be noticed and what all they can find. So sometimes they might be in your system for more than 3 months. If you don't have audit logs going back, then you're not going to be able to tell when did this actually start. And then default LDAP, again with the fax server examples, if you have open DCs, then with default LDAP, then it's going to be pretty easily to get that privilege access right. Password controls are pretty standard. I have a feeling that most people in this room have a pretty good idea about password controls, but we're going to go into a little bit of it anyways. In organizations, when I'm doing risk assessments, I see a lot of things with how are you managing local admin accounts. LAPS, Microsoft's Local Administrator Password Solution, is a free built-in tool for Active Directory. And you might think, what's the big deal? You got local admin. We still have group policy from AD that's setting everything up and controlling everything. If I have local admin, I can change local policy. I can stop a machine from checking for group policy and updating and enrolling in group policy. If you get local admin, it's only a matter of time before you can elevate from a local admin to a domain admin. So this is a great free tool, whether you're setting the same username and password across all AD accounts or local admins for each workstation in your system. I'd very much encourage you to use this free tool. Get that unique credential for every single local admin on your network. So this is probably going to be really remedial, but I left it in here because I thought you guys might find value in taking it back to your clients, your customers, your constituents. Recent pen test that we did, 2% of employees had one of these passwords in a similar syntax, where you have first letters capitalized, month, word, whatever, season. They have to rotate your password every 90 days. What's the season we're in? What's the month we're in? Followed by the year and an exclamation point. These passwords are very easy to remember, but they're also very guessable. Do you have tools? What can you do in your systems to prevent stuff like this? There are certain tools that are out there that will allow you to build like allow list and block list for certain passwords or certain syntax. You can prohibit consecutive letters and numbers, ascending or descending. With Azure AD, with at least a premium P1 license, you can enable custom banned passwords, and you can add entries into a banned password list. So, Dakota 2023 exclamation point couldn't be a password potentially at Dakota State University. Also thinking about reusing passwords across services, and where's the value in a password manager? I personally use a password manager. I understand the concept of putting all your eggs in one basket, but if I have a 20-plus character complex password and I back it up with MFA, remember, we can't depend on just a single layer of defense. We have to multi-layer things to have a true scope of security. But that benefit of a password manager is it's going to let you generate that random secure password, a unique credential for every single service that you use. Do you guys remember when Colonial Pipeline was hacked in 2021? It was chaos on the East Coast. From DC, Baltimore, Maryland area, all the way down to the Carolinas and Georgia. Was it gas stations in DC? 80-some-odd% of them were out of gas. And 40% on down the coast. There were pictures in the media of people going up like plastic Walmart shopping bags and filling shopping bags full of gasoline because they were scared and they were hoarding it. It was mass panic in the streets. The president had to issue executive orders because aircraft could not refuel. They were out of fuel at airports, so they had to have executive orders to change the laws governing how fuel can be transported across interstate boundaries. They had to change that. So what happened with Colonial Pipeline is they compromised a credential for a legacy VPN, Mark I legacy VPN, Compromised credential, weak credential. Maybe how was that password configured? Did they have configurations in place that, oh, after so many failed attempts, this account's going to lock up? And it was single-factor authentication. Remote access, single-factor authentication. Once you have username and password, you're in. So yeah, one single password was cracked at Colonial Pipeline, stopped their production for 3 to 4 business days, and it was mass panic on the Eastern Seaboard. So again, I think you guys are all going to be, this is very remedial for you, but I thought you might find it valuable to share with your constituents. Which password's stronger? You guys want to shout out, 1 or 2? Why? Exactly. Modern password standards are, complexity aside, longer password is better. Some quick stats on how quickly or how long it would take to break one of those passwords. And just a reminder, white space is considered a character. So weak configurations, what else can we do? A lot of organizations are going to put out benchmarks, but you're also going to see CIS. A lot of organizations and companies are no longer even writing their own benchmarks. Here's the link to CIS. Come do what they say to do. It's going to give you a step-by-step breakdown. CIS, for those that don't know, it's a global nonprofit. It was founded in 2000, and it also operates the MS ISAC. Major companies, Tenable doesn't write their own benchmarks anymore, like Nessus. They point everything to CIS. But if you're going through these, please note that a lot of them are very extensive. It's going to walk you through every single setting and configuration in that environment. So the last I looked, like the Windows Server 2019 guide was over 1,000 pages long. These are things that consultants like me and my firm, we would love to come in and help do these things, but we're also going to tell people, here's the resources that you can do this yourself. I get it, you don't have the resources or the manpower to do it, but if you do, these are totally things that you can do yourself, and there's resources out there that are free and open to you that you don't necessarily need to pay a lot of money. We work with organizations anywhere from small nonprofits where the nonprofit director is HR and IT and the CEO to large enterprises with 30, 40,000 employees. So you can also find guides for other cloud services, Azure, AWS, GCP, Oracle. But, this is another thing that you can do that does not require hacking skills. This is something that you could set an intern with. You don't need advanced skills to say, hey, this is the system. Go through and start making these configurations. But of course, do it in a mindset that you're considering change management. Don't go Wild West on us and start making changes in prod. Think about how your changes are going to affect your end users. You don't want to make processes that are overburdened and change things that's in a way that's going to affect the end user. Make sure you're following your processes. Also verify your source. Make sure it's a reputable source. Going to CIS, if you want something that's a little bit more secure, you can look at DISA STIGs. So if you're looking at a security level, CISs are great. Their benchmarks are fantastic. But if you want something a little bit more robust, more secure, you can look at DISA STIGs. Some things that will not be in CIS that you may have to dig for a little bit more might be some stuff for like Microsoft Azure DevOps, GitHub, OAuth recommendations. OWASP is another great resource from some things, some development systems that may not be covered by Center for Internet Security. So again, just step by step, some things that we'd really like to call out. Again, the SMB signing is huge. And it's just, this is what a portal might look like if you're going through that step by step. So that's prioritization and communication. Next in our third pillar is regular accountability. You're finding balls. You've had a risk assessment done. What are you doing next? Are you meeting regularly to discuss progress? Are you identifying the obstacles and adjusting that remediation strategy, effectively? And then also, how are you communicating progress to leadership? So many times, and part of what I love about my job is having moments and opportunities to help IT teams tell their stories. A lot of the times we're quiet, we're in the background. People know when things go wrong, but they don't know all the things that we're doing well. So what are the steps that we can take to tell leadership, this is what we're doing, this is how we're serving, this is how we're protecting you? So again, you can't approve what you don't measure. Tenable, Rapid7, Qualys, those are all going to give you real-time snapshots. They are not going to retain historical data. If you want to be able to tell your story and know how you can improve, measure what you want to change, you have to do some data analytics. You have to do some data capturing and do some measures. And then also thinking about how you're going to gauge exploitability. What is that defense posture against modern attackers? How do we really be effective on reducing exploitable weaknesses? This is some graphs just straight from Power BI, been anonymized from some of our clients. So what we'll do is we'll track end-of-life operating systems over a time period. And again, this is dummy data, so we can see a breakdown of different EOL operating systems. It seems like every week a new flavor of Windows 10 is becoming EOL. And a gambit of other older Windows operating systems there, but we can see slow, steady progress, right? We haven't fully remediated all of our legacy OSs, but we're making progress. And that's the key to all of this. The previous speaker made a comment about you're never gonna have zero risk. Same thing with vulnerabilities. There are so many coming out. You're never going to have zero. But how are we constantly making progress and improving our environment? Some other tracking here, overall vulnerabilities by month, how does that change? And there's, a gambit of, different lists on the top left there. Blue Keep was a big one, Log4Shell, unsupported Adobe Reader. That's sometimes you get into a business situation where, I can open PDFs, I'm just fine, and Adobe has killed off licensing, it's not supposed to work anymore, but, have we actually went to a modern licensing? Long term, the better you communicate and tell your team's story, the more leadership is going to understand your work and ultimately invest in security. Not just monetarily, but also through policy enforcement. There's so many times that organizations might have good policy and procedure, but maybe they make exceptions. I worked in an organization where we implemented rules about screensavers, because screensavers allow you to bypass screen lock security mechanisms. But we had a director that had her own little meeting space in her office, and she had a TV connected to a computer, and she had to have a little fish aquarium screensaver on her computer. So one of the most targeted people in the organization that would be spearfished, we let have a security exception so she could have a fun little fish aquarium in her personal conference room. Maybe some bitterness and a little bit of jadedness is coming across even in the street, we'll see. But all of this to say, the more leadership understands and supports security and how everyone really plays a piece in it in some form or fashion, it's gonna better enable you to thwart hackers and those attacks upon your systems. So an interesting story that I wanted to share with you guys, and just a tidbit that you might find useful. We see a lot of EOL Server 2008. So off the cuff, you may only consider upgrading the operating system. Part of the process of vulnerability management and risk management is having a realistic approach to what can we do. Maybe it's too big of an impact to upgrade Server 2008. Maybe we can't do a lift and shift into Azure. Maybe you can. Or maybe it's a legacy application and we can't afford the resources, whether it's people or money or time, to also upgrade the application. Rewrite code because we've got to upgrade the application. So what can we do? It's not going to function on a newer OS. Microsoft has actually taken a little bit of a brilliant stance on this. It's one of the most beautiful marketing things I've seen them do. If you lift and shift Azure or Windows Server 2008 into Azure, they're extending support. You got an on-prem physical server, no, they're not going to support it anymore. But if you put it in Azure, where you're most likely to not move it out, then you got extended support through 2024. So even when you have accountability, something as simple as a regular meeting where you can discuss stuff like this with your peers gives you the opportunity to come up with creative solutions. It's not always, oh man, we're stuck with this because we got this legacy application and no one will invest money to buy the new application, and then the huge project to do everything that we need to do to make it functional on a new operating system or find a new solution. There's lots of different ways that we can remediate vulnerabilities, buy ourselves a little extra time, whether it's something like this or it's some type of other compensating control that reduces the likelihood of that vulnerability being exploited. This is the basic vulnerability management maturity scale. Generally what we see is people begin with looking at patch management. That's your basis, establishing patch management. We see a lot of clients that have established some sort of security program or more in that defined area. They have some periodic credentialed vuln scanning, maybe a periodic pen test, but what are they actually doing for remediation? What we want to do is we want to get everybody into this optimized state. You're doing regular credentialed and internal scanning as well as external scanning. You're getting both perspectives, right? What's the true external malicious actor seeing? And if they get that foothold in the network, what are they seeing after that? We want to be able to track performance metrics. And then also we're remediating not just on that CVS score, but what is actually being exploited in real time? What are those things that are ridiculously easy to exploit, whether you're a script kiddie or an advanced pen tester? So what all are our preventative measures? How do we reduce weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and risks from the start? We see a lot of the time there's safety third. And safety and security can be interchanged a lot, and you might lose some digits if you're doing security or safety third. So bring security first. Help your organization get in that mindset that security and IT is here to help you, not hinder you. All too often they see, oh, you won't let me pay my bills while I'm at work. I can't go shopping while I'm at work. Why are you stopping me from doing these things? Why did you make my process go from 3 clicks to 5 clicks? Help your teams and your organization know that IT is there to help you. You know, if something goes wrong with a rocket launch, and there's a security or a safety issue, does NASA say, oh, let's just send them into space anyways? You know, it's like a 9 out of 10 risk. We'll just roll the dice. We can accept that one, right? No, they scrub the mission, they fix it, and then they go back, and then they actually go ahead. So some of these things we've talked about along the way. If you got a weakness of default credentials, deploy some standards, create a checklist, create policy, and actually take that policy and then implement the technical controls that enforce that policy. Do step-by-step requirements that have to be completed. Do your periodic reviews and testing. You know, how can your management help you set aside dedicated time to do these things? I know a lot of people are like, I'd love to do these things, but I don't have time to do them. You have to have supportive executives and leadership that carve out time and see the importance of doing these. You know, do you have an inventory? If you don't know what all your assets are, how can you be certain that you're protecting them? You know, it's the whole concept of you can't protect what you don't know that you have. And that periodic testing is going to help you identify those devices that may not be getting patches. We've seen issues where, hey, we've got 10 systems that are missing this patch and that patch and that patch, and we go back and look, and maybe it's a cumulative update. They've got patch 1, and now they're trying to get patch 3, but they've missed patch 2. How do we get other teams involved to go out and actually inspect and figure out what's happening? And maybe it leads to discovery about bigger issues. And without doing those periodic and regular testing, communications, accountability, you're not going to discover those things that could affect things not only outside of IT, but also the business as a whole. So again, management support is crucial for these. Unless, you know, you've got a really good incident response program or a good MSP and you're just prepared to financially respond to all of your incidents that may come as a result of not following these. Another concept that I wanted to leave you guys with, because I found that it drives home really well with people who are not tech, and especially not security, is this is a basic cybersecurity triangle. You're going to see this most likely in any cybersecurity 101 class. So the idea is, in a happy world, you would have a little dot in the very middle of this triangle, a nice little balance of security, functionality, usability. But if we think about this, the most secure computer in the world, so if we take our little dot from the middle and move it to the tip top where they have security, it's a computer that you never turn on. It has zero functionality, zero usability. So how do we help executives understand, we turn on the computer, you need to have antivirus. You get on the internet, you need a web filter, you get email. Every use and every functionality that you have to have a compensating security control. Another analogy that I've seen that helps very well with end users is substitute security and safety. And think about driving. Maybe you drove here or you took public transit to get to the conference today. would you get in that vehicle and take it somewhere if it didn't have brakes or a seat belt? Go a step further and think about specialized systems. So maybe you have systems at work that are accessing PCI data or HIPAA data. Those are specialized systems running, or even OT, thinking about operational technology rather than information technology. What do those systems look like? And equate that to driving and think about like Formula One and NASCAR. Those specialized systems, those specialized vehicles not only have brakes and seat belts, the drivers have to wear helmets, they have to wear fire suits, you have emergency medical services on standby. This is an analogy that I found that works really well with end users at all levels and then also executives, helping them understand that yes, we took your process from 3 clicks to 5 clicks. Yes, you have to log in with not just a username, but you also have to do MFA. That's reducing your functionality, it's reducing your usability, but it's adding the security in place that we need to have for today's environment. That's the end of my presentation. I've got some contact information here if you guys want to connect with me or my firm. But are there any questions from the crowd? Shoot. It can be. Okay, well, the question is, the slide that we had about like with the CISA distribution breakdown, that was, let's see, let me get back here so we can see it. And it was, thinking about attackers and not going after the 10 out of 10 CVS scores and really looking at, the 5 to 8 range of CVS scores. And, is it kind of playing a cat and mouse game of what you're choosing? And the answer is yes. You are playing a cat and mouse game. You're doing a little bit of whack-a-mole. I've got a hole, I've got an exploit, I've got a vulnerability here, let's smash it, another one's gonna pop up. So when we're talking about 25,000 new vulnerabilities discovered last year, on track to have the same amount or more discovered this year, it's gonna be a constant battle. But what you do is you layer your perspective. It's thinking, how do I prioritize? And you can't look at just a CVS score alone. You have to look at your environment, and then you have to get that perspective. What's actually being exploited? And that's where the CISA catalog comes in, and so you can see, hey, what is actually known that someone did this exploit and was able to breach a system? And then you also layer in that red team ethical hacker perspective. What is actually likely that I could do this hack? So if you see something, like the SMB signing or the null sessions that's lower in the middle of the score, but then also thinking about your IT team and what's easy to fix. Can I knock out a vulnerability just by pushing out a group policy update? And that's a heck of a lot easier than going to executives and telling them, I need 5 or 6 figures added to my budget to replace a system. So it's a balance, and it's thinking about slow, steady progress. Any type of progress is good. You're never going to be able to remediate everything, whether it's a vulnerability or a risk that's been identified. So it's a balance and figuring out what's right for you and considering all those different perspectives. Does that answer your question? All right, yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, so the question is, ultimately, who should be responsible for risk decisions, or what actions are you taking? So if an incident does happen where, oh my gosh, we got hit and there was this vulnerability that was a 10 out of 10, we knew it was in our environment, who's accepted that risk? And the answer is yes, there should be an individual. I personally don't think it should be in IT unless it's an executive level. To me, that comes back to policy and procedure. Each organization needs to figure out what works best and what is right for them. So when you have that foundation of good policy and procedure, you outline roles and responsibilities. You have a defined risk management or a vulnerability management program, and we say, here's how this is going to go. And maybe like even the same thing with change management. You have a standardized process, and we say, okay, we're going to have our patch Tuesdays. And on patch Tuesdays, we're going to patch regular maintenance items. But then what is our plan for 0 days when those patches come out? So for me, it's about having definition, and it's whatever works for you. If you have an IT position and executives decide, yes, we want IT to make that decision, then absolutely. If that what works for you and that organization, great. Ultimately, I would like to see executive support, and it would be another executive at a C-level or a risk management director saying, this is an acceptable level of risk, because you're not just looking at the risk to someone getting in your network and data potentially being exposed. I think a lot of the times executives think, okay, well, there's the monetary value. What is the monetary value of a data breach? But how do you monetize the reputational impact? And, think about organizations that, how many people were using SolarWinds, but you don't anymore? What's the reputational impact and the long-term look at your business? And the other piece is, for me anyways, is getting executives to understand. I've had clients tell me, oh, we don't care if any of our data gets out there. And nobody's going to come after us. And hackers are no longer going after Boeing, looking for top secret missile plans or something like that to sell on the dark web. It's not what you see in the spy movies. It's the concept of how valuable is your data to you. A few months ago, an electric co-op in Colorado was hacked, and they lost like 90% of their customer records. And their customers couldn't pay their electric bill because they had switched everything online. It only hit their business side. There's no records yet that actually hit the OT side of like the power grid and everything. But it's how do you start recovering from that? What are the impacts of your reputation, losing business data? And hackers are operating as Fortune 500 companies. They're not looking to resell your data for the most part. It's how valuable is your data to you, and will you pay that ransom? That's probably more than you asked for, but is that cover it?
Yep, yeah, that was the answer I was hoping for.
All right. I'm glad I didn't disappoint. Checklist, done. All right, does anyone else want to tell me how great of a job I've done with this presentation, like this gentleman has so kindly done, or any other questions I can answer for you today? Going once, going twice. All right, thank you all for being attentive. If you want to hang out in the room, I'll be giving another talk after this.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 1-minute break, and then Carrie will go on with her next presentation about hacking trust establishment. by Carrie Randolph, and she's going to be this time talking about hacking trust establishment. Take it away.
All right, so yay, back-to-back talks. You guys were in the room before. You guys know me. Quick introduction. I've got about 13 years of experience in the industry. From Oklahoma trained and educated. Spent about 10 years in state government. Gambit, litany of roles listed there. I'm really proud to be a co-founder of B-Sides Oklahoma and a founding member of Techlahoma, which is a nonprofit in Oklahoma. A little bit about my company. We're a small firm out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, specializing in vulnerability management, pen testing, risk assessments, virtual CISO work. So today we are going to focus in on trust. Trust, being trusted, trusting others. This is a massive topic that could very easily be a 2-day training session. My hope today is that by the end of this talk, you'll understand different types of trust and how to quickly establish it with others. Keeping in mind that, like all things security, you have black hat, you have white hat. There are as many black hat reasons to establish trust as there are white. So I strongly encourage you during this talk, let your mind wander, think about those evil genius opportunities, scenarios and applications that you might leverage trust in a different way. So I'm not a psychologist. I am a fan of social engineering and physical pen testing, but I've never actually been paid to do physical pen testing. I've won social engineering challenges and stuff at various conferences. But again, I haven't done this professionally, so this is all just internal experience. So I think it's different to understand the psychology background of trust and psychological safety, where trust is actually a component of psychological safety. It's personal, it's individual. It facilitates questioning and risk-taking. The more you trust someone or feel trusted by them, the bigger risk you'll take. It's why kids have no sense of fear around their parents. They do crazy things because they trust that no matter what they do, the parent is going to protect them and take care of them. Understanding and taking consideration of trust factors can increase the trust that other people have in you, and it can change your relationships and interactions in every respect. Professionally, it can improve the success of your social engineering strategies and your pretenses. It can increase sales through better client experience and customer loyalty. It can improve your team's productivity and reduce turnover. So 2 main types of trust. Cognitive trust, effective trust. Short version of this, cognitive trust is Bob has his CISP and 20 years of experience. His qualifications match our projects, so I can trust him. Effective trust would be Bob looks like my cousin, and I really like my cousin. Bob's got a really nice smile, so I think I can trust him. Cognitive trust is, capability and consistency. It's trusting someone because they said that they follow up with what they do. So when I gave you my credentials and my background at the beginning of this presentation, I attempted to establish cognitive trust with you. You should trust me because I have this experience. I've done these things. I've had this education. This is my skill set. This is why you should care and trust what I'm saying. So by outlining this talk's agenda and the focus points, I laid out consistency. This is what you're going to expect to hear in this talk. Will I actually be consistent? I think we're going to roll a D20. Most of us here probably rely on cognitive trust coming from a technical background. Do we have the appropriate knowledge and skills? Are we competent in our jobs? Our clients, customers, teammates, they trust that we have the right skills and the technical acumen to build, deploy, maintain, and secure their systems. But while you might be capable, are you consistent? Are systems running smoothly in your environment because you test patches before deployment, or do systems frequently crash? Both of those things are being consistent. Working right all the time, crashing all the time, you're being consistent. But how would it sway trust one way or another with your customers or your clients? If you're consistently maintaining your systems, do your clients and your customers begin to believe that you care more and bleed over from that cognitive trust to effective trust because they think that you care? If you're not maintaining their systems, do you really care? Do they trust you less? So in Oklahoma, it is We got two main colleges, Oklahoma State University and Oklahoma University. And at OU games, they have a slogan, it's Boomer Sooner. So somebody yells out Boomer, you're going to get Sooner. Airports around the world, people tell you randomly yell out Boomer, you're going to hear a Sooner in return. How can you use that type of consistent behavior in people for social engineering pretenses? If I'm in an environment and I want to misdirect someone or make their eyes look somewhere else, can I have a colleague yell Boomer, knowing someone's going to turn and go Sooner, and then maybe I can sneak into a room or go somewhere I'm not supposed to? So, think about, another consideration is, what if you're hiring an entry-level security analyst? What preconceptions would you have against that person or towards that person? What if your new hire is in their 20s? What if your new hire is in their 60s? Both could be fresh out of college, same level of education. What type of inherent level of trust would you have with each of those different individuals? So again, in effective trust, we're thinking about emotion. Humans are naturally emotional creatures. Effective trust is also trust of the heart. It's empathy, trusting in someone's capacity for caring. It's less of a science because everyone has their own internal biases. What inspires me to believe someone cares and I should trust them is totally different from another individual. But if we think about these things and we implement methods to establish effective trust, it goes beyond a normal relationship. It builds a deeper bond that leads to loyalty, commitment, devotion. People will go measures beyond out of the ordinary for people that they believe care about them, and you establish that effective trust. So if systems are having, those more issues, does it really make people think that you care more or less if you're not maintaining their things properly in their systems? If you're able to maintain and improve operations, do they have a better mindset? Are they more likely to listen to you when you're pitching, hey, we've really got to make this change for security? You're not just doing it because you're capable. It's no longer you're doing it because it's technically the right thing to do. You're doing it because you care. You're bringing it up because you care about the company and the business. So why bother trust? Why bother with this at all? And the answer really is we can't help it. Humans, we are born physically premature. We are dependent upon our caretakers. We cannot take care of ourselves. We are hardwired to establish bonds and social connections, trusting one another to fulfill our needs. We're born to engage with others, and that's really what trust is mostly about, is how we engage with people. I'm an introvert, so when I started writing this talk and I wanted to really focus on social engineering, I had this thought, and I'm born to engage with others. Am I really? Do I really want to engage with a lot of people? No, I want to sit in my own little space. I want to write reports. I want to have minimal interaction when I'm interviewing people for risk assessments. But really, the answer is yes. I mean, we want to engage with other people. And we might think about introverts and techs, and we don't like to talk, and we want to be in our own little space. But have you guys ever been to Comic-Con? Or even events like this? You get a little nerd that's sitting in their sock watching logs all day, and somebody comes up and asks them about their job, their eyes light up, and they will not stop talking. Someone wants to talk about how agility converts into crit chances and doing theory crafting. I'm going to geek out and talk all day to you about that, even though I'm an introvert. So even when people think that they don't like people, there's still that intrinsic, hardwired need to connect and engage with people. But what else can we do with trust? As adults and professionals, why bother? What do we really get back out of it? And here's, a couple examples of some things. If you can quickly establish trust in an interview, does it increase the chances that you're going to get the job offer? They trust that you're capable. They trust that you care. What are you bringing to the table in the organization? Can it increase innovation among your staff? Maybe your staff feel more comfortable to speak up. They trust you that this is a safe space to bring up new and different ideas. And then also completing role-specific tasks. Getting clients to trust sales staff. Hey, I'm not just trying to upsell you. I really care about you. You should trust me. I'm recommending things that are good for you. If you're doing social engineering work. If you're a social operator, if you establish trust, is that going to help you get recon data just from a simple phone call? Figure out who your spear phishing target should be. And then also get executive leadership of your projects. If executive leadership trusts you, they know that you are capable and you care, are they more likely to support your projects? So diving into effective trust tactics, or on the black hat side, how to manipulate effective trust to your own advantage. We have verbal methods of how we can establish effective trust. My very favorite thing on this is, can you help me? On the other end, what that's going to do is that's going to trigger so many different things psychologically in that person's mind, because everyone's had a bad experience calling customer support. I just want someone to help me. Stop transferring me from person to person. No, don't give me another 1-800 number to call. Can you help me? Begin your conversation with that. And most people want to be helpful. They want to be that person's, yes, I can help you. I would love to do that. And maybe you get someone on a bad day. You're doing a social engineering pretense. You're vishing away, and you don't get the right person on the phone. They're not going to fall for your tactics. Hang up. Call back again. Just keep doing it till you get the right profile to fit your attack. In my last talk, I went into details of Uber being attacked and being hacked in September. So the way that worked, they fished for credentials. Once they fished for credentials, they got stopped by Duo. Once they were stopped by Duo multi-factor authentication, they did an exhaustion attack on Duo. They started flooding everybody with Duo notifications, so people knew that something was wrong. They targeted one person, and they called them on the phone. Hey, this is Joe in IT. We are having some issues with Duo today. You probably noticed. To help us fix this, we need you to tell us, what is the Duo authentication code on your phone right now? The person gave them the authentication code. They were able to get into Uber systems. From that standard user account, the attacker was able to access a PowerShell script that wound up being related to their PAM, their account manager, and there were credentials hard-coded in that script. So within that script, they immediately had access to a service account credential that had domain-level credentials. They could get into the PAM and give themselves access right to a various amount of systems. What are your plans for the weekend or holiday? Maybe you're talking to people in the office, and that little bit of a question begins to establish, hey, I care about you enough that I want to know what you're doing outside of work. You can also mirror communication styles. What are people's body language? What is their cadence or their style of speaking? Telling an honest story that provokes empathy. Sometimes on the sales side of the house, you can establish that empathy with a client and telling them a story like, hey, yeah, I've went through this. Maybe they're going through a breach. Tell them a similar war story. Establish empathy. I've been in your shoes. I know where you're at. And when people feel that connection, they are more likely to be open and trust you. Nonverbal. If anybody here has gone through any type of interview resume training, you've probably heard the value of a strong handshake. Genuine smiles versus creepy smiles. If you try to go into a social engineering pretense and you're giving or a really weird smile, you're going to come off as creepy. If you can't do a genuine smile on command, just don't try it. Know what works for you. Maintaining eye contact. If you make eye contact with someone, it shows that you are genuinely interested in what they're saying. You're engaged. You're paying attention. And then sometimes something as casually as leaning in when someone's speaking. You're naturally drawn to the things that you're interested in. And sometimes that physical body movement portrays these things that you may not think of otherwise. Other things that you can do, handwritten notes. Thank you cards go a long way. Send people a handwritten thank you note for something that they did. I'm from the South, and from the South, when we love people, we feed them because it makes you happy and content. So bring people snacks and treats. You want to start establishing trust with people and show them that you care in your office space? Bring them food. Take those moments to do, positive affirmation statements. Maybe in the background of your mind, you're thinking, oh my gosh, Chris nailed it on that project. Tell Chris that. You did amazing. Tell them what you loved about their work and what they did. And another big thing that really stands out for me personally is owning your mistakes and apologizing. I've had guidance in the past from other mentors about Never apologize for doing anything. Never say you're sorry. Own it and just, you know what, you did what you did. You made that decision for some reason in that particular scenario, so just roll with it. Don't apologize for your actions. And I have, through my own experience, I disagree. I'm a full proponent of being candid and recognizing situations internally where maybe you could have done better. And for other people, when they hear you say, hey, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I made a mistake. Don't lead with excuses or this was my intention. Start with an apology. Then explain some of those qualifying statements that other people might need to understand how you understand your actions and how you care. These are all things that will play. And a lot of these tactics and scenarios are generally short-term tactics focused on, social engineering. How can you make that first impression? If the receptionist trusts me, will she let me bypass? And then am I in the building? Am I free reign? Am I unescorted? What are those visitor control policies that I may be able to get them to not follow because they trust me? So think about those things. For cognitive trust or how to manipulate cognitive trust, being yourself verbally, that really just means being open about all your capabilities. Everyone hates the interview question, what's your greatest weakness? Likewise, everyone on the interview panel hates hearing, my weakness is also my greatest strength. I'm a perfectionist. We all have real strengths and weaknesses. Do that little bit of introspective research and think about what are yours. By being open and honest or candid about your own capabilities, you can begin to set expectations of consistency. I'm capable and I'm consistent. That's how you get to cognitive trust. Your teams begin to understand how everyone comes together. One of the presenters earlier was talking about different specialized roles in security and how can we know everything? Everyone has to have a specialization. And if I know, I've got 5 people on my team, and if I know each of their strengths, we all know how we can come together and compensate for each other's weaknesses and make each other better in the long run. It becomes a more productive and caring conversation when you discuss shortfalls at performance reviews. Maybe you're a manager and you need to have those hard conversations with your staff about where they're failing in their performance, where they need to do better. And if you have this type of conversation and you be cognizant of your tone of voice, how you're inflecting certain words or syllables, it's going to come across on how the recipient hears your message. At work, I've had an issue where I'm very hopeful, but I'm internally very pessimistic. And when I talk about the need to fix problems, it comes across very pessimistic. That puts everyone else in a pessimistic mindset. Come into a meeting and think about, hey, yeah, we've got this problem. We have a security thing we need to fix, but how can we be optimistic about it? Hey, if we do this, it's only going to take this amount of time, this amount of money, whatever we need to do, but we're going to fix this problem. Be excited, because ultimately in the background of your mind, you're excited about fixing the problem, not that you have a problem to solve. So adjust your mindset and your perspective and let your voice carry over into focusing on being happy about the solution, and your recipients are going to hear that too. Nonverbal, some of these are the same as effective trust. Again, eye contact, dressing for the part. Like today, I really wanted to dress up ultra femme because I love how it shocks, especially a male-dominated industry. But practically, it's cold outside, and yes, thank you, thermal shirt. But if I'm going to go to the state capitol, I'm going to be in formal business attire. I'm not going to show up in, jeans and a jacket and cowboy boots, which in Oklahoma, cowboy boots are acceptable formal attire. I don't know about Dakota, but in Oklahoma they are. Good posture. It reflects confidence. It really does. And something as simple as adjusting from standing like with your feet really close together or going out a little further, and it's kind of called like a superhero pose where you're standing with your feet kind of shoulder width apart. You got your shoulders back. It conveys confidence. Your facial expressions, are, I love playing poker, but I do not have a good poker face. So think about those things as you're talking to people, and carry that dress for success mentality. I absolutely hate it, but with your audience, it does make a huge impact. If I walked into Silicon Valley in a suit, you'd be laughed at. You'd never be taken seriously, but you walk in a black hoodie and a pair of jeans and some Converse, then, hey, you're one of us. So it was kind of funny. We went to DakotaCon, and my husband decided to tag along with me. He's a history major. He is not tech. He's a wonderful person. He's great to talk to. But he tagged along to an after party, and we were told to dress up. So we did, and the only thing he brought with him was like a really, really nice suit. Like over $1,000 suit. It was super nice. So we're at these after parties and we're talking tech, and he's like just drinking margaritas, having snacks, and people kept coming up to talk to him. Because he was dressed in a suit at a HackerCon, they thought he was the money man. And they were getting him drinks and chatting him up, and it was like the most hilarious thing ever. He's like, they keep buying me drinks, I'm gonna keep drinking them. And, just history major Marine, loving Vegas. So your appearance does have an effect on people. This little tech wizard is just sitting in the corner, snacking on some cheese and having a private conversation. Another thing with dressing for the part, Goodwill is a treasure trove for social operators. You go into Goodwill, you're gonna find an old polo with a UPS logo or a FedEx logo. Walk into a shop, put on those little brown khaki shorts and a belt and have on a UPS shirt, pack an empty box and a clipboard. 9 times out of 10, you're going to get past the receptionist because they're used to seeing delivery people coming and going, and you're going to have free reign of that building. And, you can do that with so many different things. For establishing long-term trust, the best advice I can give you with cognitive trust is maintain your integrity. Think about consistency. Follow up with people. Do what you said you would, even if it's insignificant. Maybe you casually tell someone in the hall, like I used to have issues with my technicians all the time. They would be out on a call fixing a problem, and somebody would want to stop them. And, hey, can you fix my issue right now? Well, you really need to submit a ticket. And you tell them, hey, I can't come see you right now. I've got something I've got to do, but I'll email you before the end of the day. Before you know it, the day gets away from you. You haven't sent that email yet. You need time to sit down and write that meaningful, thought-out email. That's okay. Don't do that. But send them a quick note and say, hey, I'm sorry. I told you I'd get back to you by end of day. Things got away from me. I'll follow up with you first thing tomorrow. Maintain your integrity in every single thing that you do. And that's really going to be the core of being consistent. I'm perpetually late, fashionably late, I might say, but be on time. If something's really important, especially if you're working with a client or a customer, show up 5 minutes early, or at least be punctual. That shows that you not only respect your time, you respect their time. If you see that you're on a meeting and it was scheduled for 30 minutes and it's going long, hey, we got a couple minutes in our meeting. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. Or do people need to leave, or is it okay to stay on a little late? Those are the types of things, those little things. Maybe going back to the example where you made a mistake. Can you candidly address your inconsistency? Hey, I normally, 99% of the time, I'm going to be spot on. Every patch that I push out is not going to break things, but then you push a patch and, oh my gosh, we got to do our rollback plan. Can you own up to that mistake in your environment, express what you did, apologize, showing that not only that you care, but you're addressing your inconsistency, which bleeds over into your cognitive trust, and then you take a step further and you communicate what are your plans to make sure that this doesn't happen again and how we're going to address it moving forward. Reestablish your integrity. As soon as you lose it, if you do lose it, reestablish it immediately. So some of these things have a more lasting impression than others because it carries over to both types of trust. But when you think about reverse engineering what other people need, it's essentially empathy. It's putting yourself in someone else's shoes, but also taking it a little bit deeper. For the example about, sending the end of day email. If I didn't send someone an email that I told them, hey, I'm going to email you by end of day, then I don't do it. What are they thinking? She doesn't respect me. I'm not worth her time. Does she really value me or care about me? And how does that affect their perception of me? What if it was a CFO? And eventually I've got to go ask the CFO for a budget. Is that going to affect my budget allocations later on? So, if your security projects are always getting denied, go back and analyze, how did you present your idea? How did you talk about this? How can you request or, adjust your project to, instead of highlighting how it fills the needs of you and your security team, how does it actually fulfill the needs of the company? Maybe I'm going to talk to the CFO first before I talk to the CEO. Let's tell the CFO, hey, if we fix the security impact, it reduces the likelihood of this exploit, which has this cost for data breach. Here's the calculations on cost to reputation and our business. How can we change that? So ultimately, we're fulfilling our own goals, but we're manipulating someone else in a good or bad way. Are we really manipulating them, or are we tailoring our message for the audience? It's kind of a fine line there. Again, white hat, black hat, you can use this tons of different ways. Maybe you really understand why vulnerability management is important, and it's a foundation of risk management and a good security program. But leadership tunes out every time you talk tech. Make it personal for them. Make them care by outlining how your goals also further theirs. How are our goals in alignment? The things I want to do is eventually going to help you get somewhere else where you want to be. As lame as it sounds sometimes, look at your company's mission statements. If they've set strategic goals for the organization, shift your presentation so you're aligning to the organization's needs, not your needs. And we kind of went through this really quickly, but yay for helping DakotaCon get a little bit back on track. One of the things that I want to leave you guys with is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So if we go back and think about why bother with trust, the answer is it fills a need. It's human conditioning to connect with other individuals, and using these different tactics and others to establish trust is kind of like learning to ride a bike. You're not going to be good at it when you first start out. You're going to fall a lot. You're going to get back on, and then your shoelaces are going to get caught in your pedals. And you're going to learn, hey, I need to make sure my shoes are tied before I go riding my bike. You're going to build these things in your security environment. You're going to figure out, weight distribution and how you should do things. How can you pop a wheelie? You're going to figure out some specialized things. And then you're going to learn. So it's the same thing here with establishing trust with people. You might suck at it at first, but keep going with it. You're not going to be a great pen tester at first. Start with, can you crack a password on a Microsoft Word document? Then take the next step. But maybe you're not always the best at communicating your capabilities, but you can use some of these tactics to make sure your leadership knows and understands your capabilities. Do you want to request training? If you can better express your capabilities and your progress that your teams have made, could you get a raise? Are you more likely to get a promotion within the next year? If you start an internal security awareness campaign, how do you help your end users to stop thinking about you as the paranoid security person and seeing you as that trusted advisor that really cares about them and the company? We're not just doing security for the sake of it. We're doing it for a goal and because we care. And if they begin to believe that you care, you've established that cognitive and effective trust with them, are they more likely to report things? They understand, oh my gosh, I misclicked, but I need to report it. And the quicker you can respond to an incident, the more likely you are to have a lower impact. So if your staff care and they understand that you care, they're going to be more open to security. They know that you're not just doing things arbitrarily, or it's not a power trip. You're doing it for a reason. And how would it change the dynamic of your team? If your team trusts you and they trust each other, are you going to have greater innovation? Are they going to feel free to hey, I'm going to, propose an idea. Maybe we can automate some things through scripting. And I had some database devs that went through and did data diagram flows, and they found a spot where they could save themselves 15 minutes a week. Big deal, 15 minutes a week. Do the math. 15 minutes a week over a month, over a year. That's money for somebody's promotion. That's money for somebody's raise to keep them safe and happy in their work environment. So there's lots of different dynamics to trust. Again, I hope you guys have at least learned one thing new, whether it's black hat, white hat, different ways that you could do it in social operations, in sales, or even in an executive level. Does anyone have any questions for today? Thoughts, insights, want to share something new you learned? Something you're really excited? Everybody's going to bum rush the local Goodwill? All right, y'all. Well, you've been lovely. I know it's time for lunch, and everyone's hungry, and it's ready to get a snack. So appreciate your attention today. I'll be hanging out at least for a little bit. So if you want to find me, have a conversation, I'd be glad to have a chat. Or if you want a card, hit me up on LinkedIn, DM me. Be glad to answer all your questions, or at least tell you I don't know the answer, but we can find out together.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Carrie. So we're going to be resuming with the sessions in here at 1 p.m., and that's going to be with Aaron Baker talking about his custom tool. But until then, we'll take a 10-minute break until 1 p.m. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Today's presentation is going to be brought to you by Aaron Baker, and he's going to be presenting his tool on Nightcap. Aaron has presented at Black Hat this past summer and has been working on a ton of different cool security-related projects. He's done so many things like research malware. He does so many things that I don't even know about. So I'm excited for him to teach you guys all about his new tool that he developed. So take it away, Aaron.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks everybody for showing up. But yeah, so this is a tool that I've been working on kind of off and on for a few years now. Kind of going at it slow with school and work and everything like that. But yeah, the tool's called Nightcap. So about me, I'm from Wyoming. My background is in mobile application development and large-scale automation. I'm going to be graduating this semester with my bachelor's in cyber operations. As Annie was saying, I presented at Black Hat this last summer. I wrote a tool called Subparse. It does large-scale automation of malware analysis, which was really, really fun. So malware research, I do pen testing and part of the CCD club. So this tool is kind of a general purpose red, blue, purple team utility belt. It allows for the automation of installing as well as the setup in the environment. For tools that have reporting and don't have reporting, it will automatically allow them to now have reporting. So kind of fun. Shareable installation packages. So say you're working on a team or you have different companies throughout the states or whatever, you can basically give them the same essence as like an executable and install it into the framework. The name, so when I initially was starting to build this, I was at the RU internship here at Dakota State and built a tool called Bust-a-PCAP for network traffic. And then the Nightcap always reminded me of like the Zyzal owl with the top. Some features of the tool, it allows for backup and restoration of your whole environment. This way then, if you're like transferring to a different PC or if you have a team of employees, you can basically copy it one for one across each platform. It is platform independent. Most of the back end is inside of Docker, which allows for the team collaboration. Auto report generation, it has a command line and a website of it. And yeah, the nice thing about the tool is it helps remember all your arguments. So you never have to go look at the GitHub or the man pages again to actually go remember them. You're able to set defaults and stuff like that when you're running the tool as well. Customizable, you can do two different forms of installation packages. So you can have a remote server that would actually be hosting all of the code that would be then installed onto the systems, or you can actually have like a full-blown executable where all the code is directly packaged inside. Pros and cons to both. You get more version control if it's all inside of the executable, but a smaller package if it's remote. The reporting templates are all customizable as well. So you can basically place the data anywhere you want it to. And all the reports are going to be generated on the website of it. And there'll be exports at some point. Just haven't quite got there on that. All right. So different use cases. Honestly, the sky's kind of the limit. I know that everybody has their own tool sets that they run all the time, different languages. And it's kind of nice to be able to have everything clustered in one spot. So you can customize this tool belt to your specific needs, whether it be pen testing, blue team work, if you do research or forensics type stuff. I know for a little while I had a tool that was installed in here that would just unpack different binaries for me. Instead of having to do the manual process every single time, just pass it the file and it was off. All right, so do a little bit of a demo. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. pretty small. Is that better for you guys? Good, good, okay. All right, so get some of this other back-end stuff spooled up real fast. All right, so it is a Python package. Right now we're just going to be running on the local host. I don't want to be running Docker on my system right now. But it does allow for the installation inside of Docker or on the local host. If you are doing it inside Docker, it will set up the environment to allow for multi-language support right out of the box. So right now, it can support every single version of Python and Golang, and that automatically gets installed. I am going to be allowing it to support Rust and Ruby as well, and then trying to do like Clang, PowerShell, some different oddball stuff. So we get this little welcome page. This, I know it says Docker instance. I modified the config a little to make it work for this, but this is going to be reaching out to my actual server. It is using the Docker daemon, which if you guys do much with Docker, you can not run on your system, but be able to connect to the Docker daemon on your system to have it go to a remote host. So it does have a Mongo instance there. I do use a Ubuntu container. That's what, if you didn't want it on your local host, that you'd be using. So we'll just go ahead and connect. Arbitrary banner and stuff like that, you know, gotta make it look like Metasploit. And that's kind of a little bit of what I modeled this tool off of, was the way the Metasploit does stuff. Then again, it's Ruby, Python. You know, there's that fight. Right off the bat, has the help menu. We don't have anything currently installed, so we have no modules, so we should probably just go do that. So we'll go into settings. There's different database options, right? So if you were to be working for like company X as a like consultant, and you're to go to company Y, and they had this program, you just have to go in and change the database, and you'd be able to pull the installs from their remote stuff and be able to instantly have it set back up for the other company. Basically to make it as modular as possible. I know with a lot of the tools I've wrote, modularity was a huge deal. So with this, tried to do the same. All right. Let's see. So inside of here, we can list the installs, uninstall, and as well as update. I know that updating is a huge deal, especially with like custom tools, right? I mean, you got to go find that exact folder. You got to then repull from Git or go through their custom way of doing it. So basically, this would be a little wrapper to then go through all of the tools that you have and then automatically update them for you. Help save time and just kind of streamlines everything. So. Where's the folder? All right, so we'll just install this guy real fast. Sorry. Fat finger and stuff. So it's going to go ahead and just install the package, automatically creates a new environment, installs everything that's needed for that environment. This allows to, or this helps support version independence. So you can have the exact same tool with conflicting packages in the back end, and then it'll automatically run your tool against that environment. It does that for all of the Python versions as well as Golang, which is kind of handy, you know. With my background side of dev work, it was always a pain when you had conflicting packages. I mean, it can cause a lot of problems and a lot of wasted time. So if we go ahead and just list this out, it's able to show, the author, you got the details, and then the path, just like Metasploit, is going to be what you use to go ahead and like execute that specific one. So we'll just go ahead and exit. It does allow for tab completion, and then you can go as deep as you need to, and then it tries to do path correction as well, which can kind of come in handy. All right, so with the options, just like Metasploit, it has the preset like variables. This allows, or this makes it easier so you never forget what the package actually needs to run. It will error out if you're missing one. It does have like the required right there for the domain. The required, you can have multiple versions or multiple instances of it, which definitely helps for the end user if it's a brand new package that you have and they're not used to it, to basically enforce that. So there's default and then there's set for the two different ways that you can basically set a variable on the package. Default will allow it to set it inside of the database so that when you exit and come back to it, that it'll still be there. Set would be for like a one-off instance where you just need to change something, say verbosity or something on a tool, and you don't want that to continue on. So we'll just say default. Anybody have a domain that they want me to use? No, we'll just use Google. All right, so let's go ahead and run it. I don't have a project set up, so it won't pull any of the reporting. So we'll just go ahead and say no. So it did cancel the execution. This is the project side. We can say projects. So you have select, create, and destroy. Let's say create. Let's say you can always check the config too at pretty much any point inside of the tool. This will show, the verbosity, whatever database that you're connected to. So I have like 3 or 4 different Mongo instances that I'll roll back and forth between two for these. Sometimes it can get a little confusing. The project side of it, so say that you're doing like pen testing or something like that, it's great to be able to break all the reports down based off of each client. So kind of following that. That whole methodology. So just go ahead and run this tool, and it should be good. So basically, we're able to see the tool actually running. All of the information itself is going to be displayed on the screen, but then we'll be able to capture basically a copy of it. Hopefully this one still works. Here, try another tool real fast. I apologize. So the package name for this, it does say old. So inside of the config files, which I can show you guys a little bit later, you're able to specify a commit ID. That way, if you are part of a dev team or whatnot, you can go to specific instances like of those tools. If you do update, it will go to the newest version of that tool, which is always a plus. So this is going to run it. As you see, it's very quick. This is just DNS information. And then it does automatically pull it. Before we go and look at some of the web stuff, show you guys a few nice things as far as like if you were to go to a different environment, being able to instantly go get all of your tools back, reinstalled, all the environments set up for you without having to manually do it. So we'll just go into settings. So inside of the system, there's a backup option. So with the backups, so you can back up and restore. I did have one earlier today that I was going to use for the con, but basically you just say backup, and then you'll just pass it the system path that you want it to go, and there we go. It backed up everything as far as the installers, and you get if you guys can see that. Not really, but basically the file extension that I have for that is NCB, which would be a nightcap backup. Then this system actually will generate NCP files, which would be the package installation files. Let's see, if we go here, packages, we'll just go ahead and uninstall all these. So now what we can do is restore it to the previous state that we had. Then we'll go ahead and go through each one of the packages that we had and reset up all the environments. That way you don't have to. I know that, like with me, I was going back and forth between like different Linux distributions all the time, or Windows to Mac, and not my desktop, or somebody else's, or somebody's cloud, right? Which getting all the tools back, sometimes there's conflicts with even just the service or system that you're currently running. All right, so reinstalled. So yeah. All right, let's hop over to the website of everything. All right, so off of the dashboard, all right, so right off the dashboard, you have like the project listing itself. You're able to delete it, or say you wanted to use the web UI, we'll say like test, and then if we go back, back in here, automatically updates, which is kind of handy. But we can look at the reports that are actually being generated. And there we go. So like DNS Recon does not natively support any form of report generation or anything like that besides putting it in a text file. And depending on what you're doing, it's really painful to go through hundreds of text files to like actually look for something. Off of the subparse tool that I wrote, we were able to like pivot off of data. So that's something that I plan on introducing into this tool. Would be like, you have this table, say you want to look for like this value throughout all the reports for that company, be able to pivot and kind of dig deeper into the information you found. Let's see. It does support tasking. So with the tasking, say that you have like 6 programs that you run like back to back to back, and that's always like your flow. You'll be able to basically set up a task. It is broken right now, but you can set up a task to make it so that it will auto fire and do that whole chain of events for you. That way, you're saving time, and in our industry, time is money. So we'll just delete this guy real fast. There is one other package that I'd like to show you guys. So this is also DNS Recon, the exact same tool we just ran, except this has a alternate report. So we can see the differences between those. So now that's ran, we'll just go ahead and refresh this, go back into here. So they're just kind of daisy chain, time-stamped. So this was the previous report, this was all in a table, but say that you want them broke down by different types, right? So now you can see that, hey, here's all the A records or MX records or text records, which basically allows anybody who's developing their own packages for it to completely customize what they want the view to look like instead of being conformed to that specific template. The templates themselves are all 100% dynamically generated, and that's based off of the JSON that is used to develop the package itself. Inside of the settings for this, dark mode and the ungodly white, I don't understand. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just had to blind you. Yeah. Dark mode should just be default for everybody. So inside the packages, you can get some more information about the package itself, the language that it uses, the author. You can uninstall directly from the web UI as well. So say you are somebody who prefers web over CLI, you will be able to basically use the whole thing from here. There's a few things that I got to wrap up on that before it's completed. Forgot to install the GoLane package. So let's go and do that real fast. So right now I just have one. Anybody use Asset Finder by Tom Nom Nom? No. So as you can see right here, it does check for the support of the language, and then this one does require the 1.18. I'll just run this real fast for you guys just to prove that we got multi-language. There we go. Asset Finder is great. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, say that you give it like a company name or domain or something like that, you're able to find a lot of URLs that could potentially lead to other points of failure or other things for, if you're a bug hunter to go ahead and test. Definitely recommend checking it out. Also for companies, it's great to see what information you can find on your own company that other people could potentially use against you or break. And there we go. So yeah, we got the Go, which, I mean, if I was to do this manually, installing each one of those, make sure all the dependencies were set up on top of getting the virtual environment set up, it definitely wouldn't be that quick on top of like then turning around and running it. So basically the whole goal of this program is to help with speed. I mean, there's no point on spending half your day setting up tools to turn around and run them for, what, a second, 2 seconds to find a bunch of data. Inside of the settings and then the packages, I am allowing for the creation of the install packages through the web UI. So we have the author information. We have GitHub, and then this is the code side, which the code side will require a lot more. You got to give it an entry file. You got to specify, where is everything going to go. But as far as the GitHub, it's quite easy. Basically just give us your .git URL. Inside of the programming language information, these are the 2 languages that are supported right now. If we go look at Python, we got all the different versions. So traditional Python, if we go down and look here, we got Iron, Grass, Anaconda. We've got C Python down here somewhere. But yeah, so basically making sure that regardless of your underlying needs, that the program will be able to at least help set it all up. Not saying that there isn't going to be issues with some packages depending on like what their specific requirements are, but this at least do its best. And then basically just be able to download it right here. It'll actually send a query out to our server, and then generate that package, and then just download a zip, basically a zip for you guys. Then your executable is all ready to go. This is currently not set up, but you will be able to install directly from the web as well. Ended up throwing some of the stuff on the site together relatively quickly this last week. But yeah, that went a little bit quicker than what I was thinking. but yeah, I guess does anybody have any questions or any packages they might like to see at some point?
Can you generate a report from the same, two different reports from the same execution?
Not without a different file. Yeah. So it's a good point. I'll show you this. Okay. So inside of here, so this is the one for the asset finder, right? So for the Golang. This is the JSON that all gets broken down. So you have the language, the GitHub, and then you have a report design. You also have this, which is for report filters, right? So say that you're looking for very, very specific stuff, just like that DNS recon one, how it was all broke down like this, right? So we have like named or grouped regex that you'd be able to use on that. But this design is how everything's going to look. So as it stands right now, you wouldn't be able to roll back and forth between two different report like templates, but that is something I do want to add. So this would just be for the traditional standard report, and that's going to be what this guy looks like, where you just have a table and everything's broken down, versus that alternate one. Where you have like the very long regex expressions, and then your styling, like the report data, and then everything's broken into sections, right? So right here we have different components. These components you'll be able to stylize all the way down. So this is how we get through with the auto report and generation, pulling it from here. So you have the components, so this one would be a table, and then inside of this table, we're going to say all of our data, and then everything's broken down for the header, and then the cells. So it's very customizable, and it will have heavy documentation on this for like all the JSON, but it's be easier to implement on the website of everything. And yeah, then you can always change the layout too. So say you have 19, 20 different tables or something like that, you'll be able to move the tables up and down inside the report template. In the future, it will all be able to be modified from the web though. Yeah. Yeah, I know that was quite quick, but kind of an interesting tool. I don't present the most. I'm usually behind on the keyboard. So hopefully you guys like it. If you guys are interested in the project or want to use it, it will be up on GitHub. We'll put it back on this guy. I do have the GitHub link and everything kind of ready for you guys. So if you guys want to follow on there or whatnot, I got the subparse program and lots of other fun little tools. Some of the other stuff that will be coming is finishing up the tasking. We're going to add like SOX 4 and SOX 5. I know like with all the malware research that I was doing, being able to tunnel everything and run it through Tor definitely helped. So depending on use cases and stuff. Some improvements to the web, different languages that we're also going to support. If you guys ever have like some oddball language that you want more support for. I'd definitely be willing to do it. There's my GitHub and my Twitter. I don't do a lot on Twitter, but yeah. So hopefully you guys like it and find it useful at some point or whatnot. So, thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Aaron. So he's going to be sticking around a little bit, so if you have any questions, feel free to head on over to him and ask him questions. Otherwise, we'll have our next talk at 2 p.m. where Charlene Goldfield is going to be giving us a presentation on cybersecurity law and regulations surrounding that. So we'll break until 2 p.m.
So that was really interesting. But yes, as Annabelle mentioned, I work for DHS. I wasn't working at DHS all the time. Before that, I was working at the Federal Communications Commission. I worked at Department of Justice. So I had like a couple of like experiences in different agencies. So it's kind of great to be here because you get the break from the bureaucracy of DC and all the nonsense sometimes that happens. I can say that, I'm in my personal capacity. But at the same time, it's really great to be in that area, in that space, because you get to be in the conversations and actually bring in some common sense at times, especially in this space. And I know that I am speaking to many of you that are mostly technologists or actually experiencing the things that we try to dictate in policy. So I tried to make this presentation as broad as possible, but again, I don't consider myself an expert in the things that you do. I am an expert in the law side of things, and I learn things from those like you in your positions that tell me how it works, and I learn things along the way. So one of the great things about being in this space is that I've been able to like teach myself stuff and actually take other classes and supplement my learning under my ethical duties as an attorney, which is kind of cool versus when you go to law school and you just do some like property or something like that. It's like you get what you get and that's about it, right? So that's the cool thing about what I do. And I also get to work with really cool people in the policy space that have been in your positions or have worked in technology companies or done things on that side, and they actually get to also bring in the policy side and bring in more common sense and be like, this isn't going to work on paper for those that are doing this on a day-to-day basis. So one thing I wanted to go ahead and kind of give a little glimpse of my background and why I think, law and policy is so important. Here, I think that it'd be best like this. So I have worked in the federal government space for like 6 years now as a lawyer. And before that, I worked in like local government back at home in Miami, Florida, and I did some stuff here and there in the policy side. And so I think that it's so important to kind of understand the basics of what the lawyers and the policy people are thinking about in the room on this side, because you all bring the experience and understanding where they're coming from to and how it all works on that side with the law and policy will help make your jobs a lot easier depending on what you do, right? So that is why I wanted to bring in this presentation, and of course, feel free to jump in if you have any questions along the way, or if there's things that maybe I didn't bring up that are crucial to understand, and that way, we can have a conversation, or if you have anything further, we can discuss about it, right? So, one thing before I forget is that I have to say that I am in my personal capacity and I am not expressing the opinions of DHS or any of the federal government. I have to give that quote. So ethical things there. So really quickly, when we talk about like cyber law and policy, although we always had the deterrence model, or I guess the security angle of things back when the technology era started, or a computer and the internet, we had like the antivirus software, that's about it, right? And then slowly things progressed here and there historically. However, as a result of 9/11 and the creation of DHS, right, we started thinking about how our adversaries and national security play a part in technology. And in the terrorism space, we saw how terrorists or foreign adversaries, or however you want to define them, utilize technology to recruit their individuals, to provide disinformation, to just, spread awareness of the things that they do for their positions, right? Because terrorism is a domestic, political, international movement, right? So we saw how that on that space is utilized for technology. But then there's another side to it, right? There's the cyber side, there is the hacking side, all those things that we discussed, and I know that the commander this morning spoke a little bit about those things. Those are the things that I try to focus on as well. But it's all like interconnected, right? So that is why I wanted to raise some hypotheticals on the cyber side. Of course, this isn't everything that happens every day, but even though these might sound kind of a little funky, they can happen, right? Or at least there are issues that can come up. So The first thing is thinking about if you're responsible for purchasing certain telecommunications or networking equipment, right? And if you're thinking about buying that, if you're an information security officer, a CISO, somebody who's responsible for buying this equipment, right? For building your networks. You have to think about the fact that if you're using a foreign company, right, because they're probably going to come in at a bid that's cheaper, or they're going to try to persuade you to think, hey, my equipment is so much better, you know, we can work hand in hand better. You have to think about who that foreign company is and what they're trying to provide you, and if it's something that could affect U.S. competition, because that's one of the things. It could affect U.S. risk or national security risk, and is it banned? Because we have equipment that's banned, right? Or at least, quote unquote, on a naughty list is what we call it during the FCC's policy. The second hypothetical is looking at whether you are a CISO, right, and you've been locked out of a computer. You get a call saying, I've been locked out of a computer. There's something weird happening. I can't access anything. There's like a weird little gremlin thing happening, right? What do you do, right? Do I have to report this? Should I report this? Like, what's going on? How do I save the data? Can I pay that ransom if they're asking for Bitcoin, if they're asking for money, right? All those things are things you have to think about because there are obligations legally, policy-wise, and just for your position and your safety. And we'll talk about what that means in a little bit. And then third, you are a CISO who is in charge of systems for a company, right? You are made aware of a data breach, but are told by the C-suite to make sure this goes away. That also goes to the second hypothetical. Can you make it go away like that, quote unquote, right? Absolutely not. Don't do that, please. But we'll talk about what that means and like why we say that and why we urge you not to do that. For purposes of shareholders, if you're a public company, let's say, yeah, those types of things. So, why do we care about law and policy in cyber, right? These are some of the 4 basic things that come up, and I think someone mentioned this morning, TikTok, right? The CEO went to Congress. I can talk about him in my personal capacity, right? They had the CEO for TikTok on the U.S. foreign relations side come and testify in front of Congress to ask him a bunch of questions about, you know, how is it unsecure? Should we make you sell? Can you even do that? Can the U.S. government make you sell? Yes, we can. We can make you sell. But regardless, these are the 4 things that we always sort of get in conversation with regards to technology and cyber and policy. We're worried about this space because of national and domestic security. We have deep fakes, we have hacks, we have ransomware, we have foreign adversaries. We have all those things to think about, and that's why us in the law and policy space are like, hey, we have to take care of all that's happening because it's happening in real time, all the time, every day, right? We have economic purposes. So yes, we do worry about national security, we worry about our homeland, we worry about critical infrastructures, but we also want to make sure that we are competing, right? This is a global economy. We want to make sure it's fair, that all companies compete fairly on our end, and that we're also making sure that our talent is here, right? And that we take care of our talent. And then also that we're not just letting companies export freely in a bad way, right? Because that can happen. Or that we are making sure that we can compete fairly in the US and that our economic interests are being protected, that our IP is not being stolen or intellectual property and things like that. So that's why we always talk about in cyber policy and law with regards to economic purposes. Then we have industry balance. We want to make sure that we create a fair and stable system. So we're not having companies underpin other individuals or other companies, foreign companies underpin US companies. And then also that we're making sure that the companies that we're working with are creating good standards, right? Like, because as you saw, or as we talk about these things, a lot of our technology space is unregulated, right? And so depending on what side you're on, maybe you think, hey, we shouldn't regulate. That's another discussion, right? But regardless, in an unregulated space, we make sure that those companies, responsibly act, right? Like they take care of their people and they take care of what they're doing, especially if they're holders of big data. And then at the same time that they're creating these standards among themselves in a community, right? So one example of just this one, because I was reading an article about AI. AI is expensive. AI has a lot of data to build, like ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all these other ones. The biggest investors are Amazon, Google, Meta, et cetera, right? Like the biggest top companies. But what about smaller companies? How are we going to be able to help them compete in this space? Because if AI is going to take over, right, or at least not take over, but be part of the system, right, which is great. I think that AI is great. I've used ChatGPT. It's awesome, right, for teaching my classes sometimes. So, but if we want to make sure that we are creating a balance, right, we don't want to just have the biggest companies at the top controlling everything, or at least that's what the article is arguing. How do we make it fair for everyone to compete in this space, especially if it's the next revolution of technology, right? So that's another conversation piece there. So yeah, one of the things that I really wanted to, if you, listen here and you're like, I don't care about law, I don't care about policy, I'm just here because I want to hear like the main gist of anything is this. That cybersecurity is no longer just about information technologists in one group, the people here on the other group, et cetera, et cetera. We're all coming together, and I hope that's the point of this conversation. Because I want to learn from you just as much as you probably want to learn from me, because lawyers are here to protect people from bad things, right? Or at least that's what my oath was. Like, I don't know about other attorneys. And usually as the only attorney in the room sometimes, people are like, oh, God, the only attorney, great. But that's not the point of at least our goals in this space, or that with us attorneys and what we do. We try to make sure that we are here for our client and that we can protect them and at the same time let them do what they want to do in a great, in a scale of things, in a balance, right? And making sure that it doesn't violate anything and go against the spectrum. So this quote right here is really interesting because you have someone from University of Maryland, a program director. He actually runs their JD side of things, or law school side of cyber, as well as the master's program side of things. And he talks about how it's so important to make sure that you teach both sides of this space. And then you also have the national cyber strategy that just came out by President Biden. And I mean, that's just basically policy. It's not like law or anything. And that strategy was also actually important because, people in this space always look for that strategy to see, like, what's the executive government looking at? And what is Congress being urged to look at, right? And one of the things that came out from that report is looking at what government's role is in this space. And basically, it's to protect its systems, ensure private entities are, particularly critical infrastructures being protected, and that, that we carry out the core governmental functions such as engaging in diplomacy, collecting intelligence, imposing economic costs, enforcing the law, et cetera, right? That's a lot for cyber law and policy that maybe years ago people would be like, why is this about investment, right? But now it is, right? And I think it's just as valuable as making sure we protect national security risks. So one of the other things that I think I've sort of implied is that we don't want to create these separate little entities or groups, because we have lawyers that look at this, at what you do, like this, right? Like, lawyers think that that's exactly what you do every day in this space, if they're not cyber law policy individuals, right? And they're like, what explain to me this in layman's terms, right? And that's why I have this little picture here, I don't know if you can read it, with the shirt that says, a threat actor equals someone who wants to punch me in the face, right? Like, explaining things in layman's terms for people, because us lawyers also probably speak to you and you're like this, right? You're like, what is happening? Like, you're telling me all these things like Fourth Amendment protections of privacy and security, and you needed a warrant, and you need this, and you need that, and, you know, and you're like, what is happening? I'm not getting arrested, am I? Like, what's happening? So that is why, again, I want to emphasize that my conversation here, my presentation is mostly to make sure that we can all come together and discuss what's going on every day, right? In your spaces and in my spaces, right? So, a little bit about the timeline of law and policy, right? I talked a little bit about 9/11, right, and how it kind of shifted things and how we think about national security overall, right? And then how we thought about technology. But then we kind of saw a little bit more about cyber law and policy being implemented or discussed in the executive branch, in Congress, and in states, right? Because right now you're seeing a lot of states doing their own thing with privacy, with cyber protection, with cyber information sharing, and so you're like, how do I get control of all this information? Like, if I'm working somewhere in like Florida or Illinois or wherever, I also have to worry about what they're monitoring, what they're telling me to do for my company or wherever you might work at. So first of all, we had President Obama's efforts regarding this space, right? One of the biggest things in his space, or in his, I guess, presidential term, was looking at information sharing, right? Congress and, executive went back and forth as to whose obligation it is to, share information. Should we require companies to share information when you have data breaches? Are we violating certain violations or privacy violations if companies are requested to share information and then they're like looking into their systems and then probably looking into people's records, things like that. And so from that conversation back and forth, it resulted in the Cyber Information Sharing Act of 2015, which basically says, hey, companies, if you share your data breaches with us, right, then we will protect you in some way by making sure that you don't get in trouble if you're monitoring and defending your systems in some way, right? Like if you are looking into records, you're not going to break any privacy issues, you're not going to break any Fourth Amendment issues, et cetera, right? And in exchange, you're helping us, the government, report these data breaches and helping you in response, and we don't know what's going on, right? So that's one thing. It doesn't make it obligatory, it doesn't make it mandatory in any way, shape, or form. It's more of a mutual relationship, right? And then on top of that, we saw him, or President Obama, talking a lot about implementing legislative proposals, reports on cyber, focusing on diversity in the cybersecurity, although mentioned like in a little sentence, and cybercrime, right? Making sure that we are also monitoring that side of things. Then you saw NIST, and NIST is the National Institute of Science and Technology, or Standards and Technology, and it's its own sub-agency, and they have great frameworks, by the way, right? And so they created their first framework 1.0 for small businesses, for companies, and for all types of entities that have some cyber capabilities in them, right? So they created this first framework to guide entities on making sure that they're protecting their systems, and they're always building up on it. So I always put this one in here because it's really important. You had a sub-agency in the federal government making sure that they're providing and pumping out resources to these companies way before CISA, or the CISA sub-agency was created, right? Before CISA, and that way that you're able to inform companies and you're able to inform small companies and you're providing all these great little checklists. Then you had Trump's presidential era, right? And a lot of his initiatives not only created CISA, actually, CISA was long talks, and eventually it got passed in law, and then it was created under the DHS sub-agencies. But then also, you had a lot of bans, right? You had technology bans. You had TikTok wanting to be banned. You had WeChat at the time, which now I don't think WeChat really is as popular. We had that talk, and so that's where in his presidential, timeline, he was talking a lot about banning these technologies, and that's where we started seeing a lot of these discussions like we're seeing now with TikTok. And then we had the creation of CISA, which is this sub-agency in DHS that really is helpful in making sure that they're protecting our critical infrastructures, right? What do I mean by that? I have a slide on that, but clearly it's just basically our electrical grids, our gas companies, all the companies that have to do with our critical infrastructures of making sure everyday lives of U.S. citizens and U.S. people are not affected by cyber breaches or any cyber-related incidents, right? So CISA is there to help protect them and to help coordinate with them and provide them resources. Then I put in Cyber Solarium Commission, and they're actually an entity that was created by Congress as well. And they're there to provide this group of individuals that are private leaders, federal government leaders as well, and they talk about what's next for cyber and how do we make sure that we protect our cyber systems. And one of the things that came up from that is making sure that we look at it from a military/civilian coordination, right? Because there's a lot of military leaders in that group, and so they were focusing on deterrence. And so when they've released their first report, they talked a lot about deterrence, how does that look like, and now they're building their second report. And so that was a really interesting commission because a lot of people got good stuff from that report. And they saw that there was a composition of very different leaders across the board, private and public, that were helping to create, this policy in itself. And then lastly, we have President Biden right now, and we've seen the strategy I just talked about, and a lot of his initiatives, which is focusing a lot on expanding information sharing, but then also critical infrastructure. And he did release his executive order, which is looking at improving nation's cybersecurity, and that came out like a year ago, I think, or less than a year ago. And in that cybersecurity executive order, that's mostly like sort of law, if you think about it, because it's his way of issuing some law in some way. It looked a lot at zero trust implementation and making sure that we are building up on that information sharing and working with companies and public partnerships. Great, so then I wanted to briefly talk about the National Cybersecurity Strategy because I think that it's not only been a long time coming, but I think that it focuses a lot on diversity, legal responsibility, resilience, and ransomware protection. So one of the core things is making sure that we're closing the loophole on regulating certain aspects of our critical stress sectors. So making sure that our electrical grids and all those that compose of those companies are regulated correctly, or at least have been addressing the gaps in those regulations for cybersecurity, looking at elections and our election frameworks, et cetera. They also focus there on legal responsibility. And I wanted to highlight that because in that strategy, they want to focus on shifting the liability from everyday people, right? Because in the report, it talks about how whenever there's a data breach or some kind of major cyber incident, a lot of the costs goes to everyday citizens, like people, consumers, people that buy these equipment, et cetera. And so instead of making sure that they don't, everyday people don't have to have the burden on themselves, they want to shift legal responsibility on these companies, or what they call the data brokers, or those that manage big data, right? Like those that are responsible for everyday big data of their company. So that's something that I wanted to highlight. And then, of course, resiliency is always important, but it focused a lot on that in their discussions on making sure that, there's loopholes being closed there too, but then, that there's ways of countering threat actors, and that systems that are affected in some way can recover quickly. And then incentivize as well those individuals and entities that have strong systems currently in some way, shape, or form. So those are things to look at, and I think it's a really interesting strategy and really important because it kind of shapes the landscape of policy and law in this space. So what, right? Like why is this important? Why is this discussion? Why are focusing on all these different laws and policies and things like that important, right? And that is because lots of legislation comes out from different states and from the federal government. You know, in 2022, you had 40 states that introduced 250 bills in this space, right? And only 24 were enacted. But out of those 24, things can get really confusing, right? In the 117th Congress, which just passed right now, it ended like mid-January, I think, there were 498 bills related to cybersecurity that were introduced. Only 13 passed, but most came from executive orders. So most of the action in this space was coming from President Biden's executive orders. So, but even with those 12, again, things get complicated, things get dicey, and that's why you sometimes have the lawyers in the room when it comes to the space that you may be in to understand and help interpret what's going on in this space. And then also because we have to consider all the new and improved technology that's coming from out there. And you might think, oh, well, you know, we've been talking about AI for a long time. We've been talking about cloud technology for a long time, et cetera, et cetera. But in this space, there's new things that come up every single day. For example, like I mentioned in the first hypothetical, and I think I can talk about this, there is the ban of certain equipment, right? Like certain companies are a no-no, and that's public, right? It's public for everyone to see under the FCC's website. But those equipment sometimes can come through in some other way, right? They can be sold through another procedure, and you may not know, or they may be incorporated into another equipment, and you may not know that it's being incorporated within the major equipment itself. That's a new issue. No one thought about that, right? You're like, what do you mean you didn't think about that? Policy people didn't think about that. So what happens now, right? Like, what do I do? How do you address this issue? And so that's where all the people in the room in this space come and talk together and figure out what's legally allowed to be done and what do we do on a policy level as well, right? So those type of things happen every day in this space. But then you also have like new things that are happening, like ChatGPT again, lots of conversations about that, the risks that can happen from that. Biometrics, the government collects a lot of biometric data, but other companies do too. And there have been a lot of states banning AI and banning the use of biometrics, right? Like I think there was one article talking about concert venues, hockey games, those types of entertainment venues collecting biometric data, and how the government wants to consider like not allowing companies to do that, right? Or, you know, banning sort of this biometric collection of data because they think it violates privacy. Then you have the metaverse, right? I mean, people are like, oh, well, what's the metaverse? I mean, it's really new, and, you know, there's lots of things here and there. It's very fickly, right? But at the same time, there's a lot of issues that can come from that. And you, again, the same conversation, you have Meta and you have all the major companies at the top trying to get into this space and sort of monopolize in this space. So what happens when they do that? And what happens when it expands more? What are the issues there? So we have to think about those type of things too. And the Internet of Things, even though that's always been around for a while, right? At the same time, you still have issues happening in that space, the vulnerability of those equipment, but the everyday use of that equipment from people, right? My Apple Watch, the Fitbit, et cetera, like all those things are still in talks and still discussed in this policy legal landscape. So, I wanted to quickly focus on critical infrastructure, right? You're like, what does that mean? And for those who do know what that means, I apologize, but just really wanted to focus on that. Here you have only like the 10 or so that I usually come across a lot within DHS, but there's like 16 in total that CISA and DHS are supposed to be protecting, right? Each of these sectors are so important in cyber. And some people are like, well, what does the energy, well, not necessarily energy, but let's say water, right? What does water have to do with this, right? A lot. There was one hack in Florida that happened, or at least attempted to happen, and it could have caused a lot of damage, right? It could have, depending on who that hacker was, if it's a foreign adversary, they can put some, figure out a way to get into that system and do something bad and affect many citizens, right? Energy sector, right? Our plants, chemical plants, our voting systems, healthcare, right? Hospitals being breached and causing lots of havoc and killing people at the same time, right? Like, that's all important. And a lot of people that don't understand the space sometimes are like, well, I don't understand how it's going to affect, the electricity grid. What does it have to do with national security? A lot, right? And I think that they just don't see a lot of what happens every day because they just get the stories that they see, which are like once every couple of months, right? So that's why, at DHS and just in general, this is why it's so important to be in this space and talking about law and policy, because we're trying to protect all these infrastructures here. So now quickly, I wanted to kind of focus on sort of these certain spaces within law and policy with regards to cybersecurity, and one of them is data breaches, right? And what is the important takeaways from this in this space? Well, companies have an obligation to inform of major data breaches pursuant to state law, right? So your state might require you to inform them or inform in some way, whatever that process may be, especially if you are a public company and you have shareholders, you have a board of directors, you have an obligation to be truthful at all times, especially if it affects their pockets. That is a rule, right? The SEC, or the Securities Exchange Commission, they're considering, and they have been talking about this for a while, is requiring the obligation to inform about major data breaches when it comes to public companies. And how will that affect the company itself? How will it affect you and your positions? What's the liability there? And how much money is it going to affect the company, right? Because that's the major bottom line is money, right? So there is always some kind of obligation in some way. Now, federally, there might not be an obligation from a company to inform about a data breach, but again, we try to create that public-private partnership, and in exchange, we try to make sure that we can collect some of the evidence that's happening there and try to have what, quote-unquote, your back on certain things, right? Like, there's certain things the government can't do, but, just making sure that we can calm the incident that's happening there. And it is suggested that companies share breaches with federal government so that there may be much more protection and more opportunity in the long run later on. Some important policy and law in this space, right? You had PPD 41, which is the Presidential Policy Directive. That's just another fancy word for a policy, right? That looks at United States cyber incident coordination. And that's important because sometimes the federal government doesn't get it right? Most of the time. And so they sometimes don't understand what to do if there's a data breach. You have many agencies that try to come together and they're like, oh, this is my thing, or this is my thing, and it creates a lot of conflict, right? So this PPD or policy here is trying to make sure that we create a streamlined process so it better helps the person that's reporting the breach in the long run, and it doesn't create conflict. And there is also a cybersecurity safety review board that was created not too long ago, which is under DHS, and they are there to basically review certain breaches that happen in public companies or private sector. And that board is composed of different private leaders and then government leaders. They come together, and I think the latest report that they issued was the incident of Log4j, right? And what happened there? What can we learn from it? What's the next steps for companies in this space? So those are two of the major things there. Legal case, right? And this is what I was referring to at the beginning. If you don't if you don't disclose a data breach and you are intently deceiving the company and your CEO and you just want to make it go away, please don't do that, because you get arrested and you can serve time. And this is what happened to the CISO of Uber. And back in 2016, there was a major data breach. He did not want to disclose it. He told the CEO, I took care of it, there's nothing that happened. He just covered it up in some way. And then what happened was that he was charged federally. Now, this is like the first time this really happens, right? And there was a lot of conversations about this, like, well, what's going to happen to future CISOs or people that are put in this position that are considered chief, right, security officers, but in reality, it's just like a term, and you are used as a scapegoat for these situations? Or what happens if you contract that out to other third-party companies? What's the liability there? There's a lot of open dialogue on this, and this is where the whole issue of law and policy come in, and having those unknown factors happen in a space that you're like, well, data breaches, that's pretty, up forward, front, we've settled on this, right? Not really. Now there's this open question here. So one thing that I wanted to focus on, because I think it's really important, it was a recent issue that happened. Then we have global data transfers and law enforcement requests. And what does this mean? So I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Schrems situation or if you follow policy. Well, if you are a company that does business with European companies, you have to follow certain steps because European companies under the General Data Protection Regulation look at privacy in a different way than US companies or US in general. They have more extra protections than us, right? We don't have a federal privacy law. So we have different states that have different, standards or laws, but generally or collectively, we don't have that. So it's really hard sometimes for companies that do business overseas to sort of transact with each other, because then you could violate their laws or their GDPR violations, right? And that carries big fines, big money. So I think Facebook, or Meta now, was fined a lot of money for it in this space. So that's why it's really important to understand what this is in a nutshell, right? And the only reason why it's become even bigger thing is because back then, or at least in some way, there was a privacy shield. So the Department of Commerce was the person or the agency responsible for handling this sort of back and forth of having transacting with businesses in European Union and in the US, right? And so there was a thing called Privacy Shield, where if your company signed up and there was a whole thing that you had to do, you're kind of, directed and advised by Commerce and these groups of people within the Privacy Shield, and helping you sort of transact with the other companies in Europe. But then you had this case, and that's where I had the law here. You had this case by this guy named Max Schrems, who's an Australian advocate, privacy person, who said, absolutely not, the US is so shady that you can't trust them with our European data. And why is that? Well, because we have something called FISA, Section 702, that is actually going to expire soon, that came out of 9/11 and the Patriot Act. And basically, there are certain safeguards there, but we can collect certain information from, companies like Google, Microsoft, et cetera, when it comes to national security issues. And there's certain things that are broad there with regards to collecting this information. And that's where law enforcement requests come in too. And so the Max Schrems guy filed a case in the European courts, and he won. And they decided that we don't have the proper adequacy protections of privacy for their citizens. So now we've been going back and forth. There's been a new executive order by Biden where it creates a whole new system for making sure that we protect, privacy, but then balance it with national security and our collections, signals, intelligence data. But of course, Max has just said he's going to keep filing cases until we get it right, I guess. So this is just something for you to be aware of, because companies, especially tech companies and our technology companies is very global, and so we're always going to transact with European companies, right? Like that's where a lot of business comes from. So that's why it's so important to understand what this means for this space. And then also law enforcement. So there's something called national security letters, or NSLs, or there's other names out there, but basically FBI and our federal agencies can sometimes collect or require companies to give up some information under this national security letter without a Fourth Amendment warrant. So you have to go through some hoops, et cetera, but there are requests that are made, and there's tons of them that happen every year. So, there's public information out there about this, so it's not secret or anything like that. But it's something to look out for and understand, because they can come to your companies and say, hey, we need people's email addresses, or we need the following individuals, and this is why. So things to look out for there. Then we have our products and vendors section, right? And this is kind of going back to the first hypothetical. So what does this mean? If you are a certain telecommunications company, or company that does certain networking, routing data back and forth, user traffic, et cetera, there's certain things that are banned from you using certain equipment from certain companies. And things like the Secure and Trusted Communications Act is one under the FCC. There is now supply chain legislation talking about banning certain companies that are not good for supply chain in the US because of national security risks, and things like, for example, not just networking equipment, but also like security cameras, right? Especially if your companies have a lot of government contracts, right? And then Federal Acquisition Security Council is another one, who basically convenes under the White House, and they basically manage government contracts and those type of vendors there, especially with regards to their networks. So this is why it's important to understand this section, because if you are in charge of, contracting out equipment or purchasing, or just the way that you build the networks, there's certain things that are a no-no of companies. And then there's other issues that are considering in this space, like, for example, the CHIPS Act, which basically promotes semiconductor businesses, and making sure that we can try to find a way to just have semiconductor capabilities here in the US, and not just be all central in certain parts of the world, right? And so we're trying to promote that commerce side of things. And then government contracts, if companies are doing or transacting with governments or with the US government, making sure that you're following those rules there, especially if you have business with DoD or things like that. And then software development. There's a lot of talks about, if you are building software, that there's certain rules and certain things that you're abiding by, because there might be certain legislation in the pipeline with regards to risks in that space too. All right, and then network infrastructure development. This is another big space because of zero trust, right? Zero trust is not a new thing, but it became a new thing, quote unquote, when President Biden released his executive order on improving cybersecurity, right? But also because we have seen a lot of conversations regarding smart cities and developing 5G and all these other big futuristic type of, transaction of services for citizens. This is why it's important to kind of understand this area, because of the fact that we're focusing on the critical, infrastructures and regulating those spaces there. And then lastly, what I kind of focus on in my work is foreign investment technology, right? So we have these stand-up committees that look at our incoming transactions in the in the space of anything that has to do with like technology, data, critical infrastructure. And we're just making sure that if there is a foreign company or a foreign country that is trying to have a stake in our U.S. company in regards to this space, right? We're reviewing threat risks there. We're reviewing how does that look like in our country? How does that look like in the national security space? But there has to be some kind of national security risk attached to that, right? We also look at something, like called Team Telecom, which looks at submarine cables, looks at satellites and other networking cables and networking landing stations, and seeing if whether there is a law enforcement risk or law enforcement capability going on there in that cable or telecom ability in that company, and then at the same time looking at whether a foreign country or foreign sort of company is trying to come in and look at that space and take a share of that company as well. So that's why it's kind of just a, wanted to provide this background, because I think it's really important in this space, because you might hear these types of things and wherever you may work one day and you're like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. So it's just good to have like a knowledge of what does that mean with regards to the federal government and an investment in, if one day Uber or something like that comes in, right? So that is for that section. And I think I am done with my spiel, but I can open it up for questions. I know that I probably provided a lot to you, but I welcome anything. Yes, sir, back there.
One of the 16 critical sectors.
Mm-hmm.
What regulation applies to a company that processes soybeans or sugar beets, for instance?
Yeah, good question. The same thing that would happen, since they are a critical infrastructure, same thing if there was an investment, for example. So agriculture or USDA is a non-voting member of this space of foreign investment technology reviews. So if there is some kind of risk there, or if there's a foreign company or foreign country trying to look at that space, you called in to kind of provide that expertise and to kind of analyze that threat risk there, because that is important too. And it is one of our critical infrastructures, and we tend to look at that really closely too. So there's that space. But other than that, it's mostly being kind of regulated under this foreign investment space. I think I saw one. Yes. Yeah, that's a good question, and I probably won't provide you any more insight than, DOJ is the one that handles the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, right? And they're always issuing opinions or advisory opinions in this space, right? And so I think that that's something new in this area that I don't think they've really looked at. And unfortunately, I don't have a concrete answer for you. However, it is something that is sort of in this landscape that we need to focus on, because I'm not too familiar with this incident in Missouri, but there is a lot of talks back and forth about, okay, well, what happens if you're weaponizing or utilizing this laws and regulation for your own sort of political agendas, or sort of how do we provide more protections or less protections when it comes to sharing, or making sure that we are providing some kind of boundaries so that we do have a better partnership. And I think that's what the principles or the strategy that came out kind of focus on, without really saying this a specific topic, right? But it's more of making sure that we provide this balance, because if we don't sort of give some kind of trust factor, right, to our companies and to our private sector, then how are we going to make sure that they help us in the long run for our goals and our mission, right, our quote-unquote mission of whatever agency it might be. So that is a good question. Unfortunately, I don't have a concrete answer for that. But there is always constantly like talks about more advisory opinions in this space, especially the CFAA, and making sure that we're not, that we're answering the loophole questions, because that's an old law, right? Like, it hasn't been updated in a while. It was created back when we just had like Netscape or Internet Explorer 1.0, right? And so I don't think there has been any more updating of it in a while. And so I think that that's something that the Department of Justice might be looking at in some way. Yes, sir. Yeah, so to clarify, you mean like how does it start, right? How does this process start? It's very, very voluntary. So believe it or not, some like very rare scenarios where the committee will be like, we need to look at this right now because this company didn't report this transaction. Very rare. It's a very voluntary process, and as I was mentioning, it's a partnership. So a lot of the times, companies out there are aware of what's going on, right? And they have the lawyers, they have the big lawyers that make money that are advising their clients when they say, hey, I'm deciding to sell this amount of shares, or I'm deciding to sell half of my company to this to this other foreign company and my company basically transacts lots of data, or I focus on AI, those type of industries, and these lawyers will say, I think that you need to look at this, and they'll say, look at this whole entire spectrum of CFIUS, which is what it's called, in this foreign investment review, because you have to look at this and we have to work on this. And so it creates like a voluntary process where they will these companies will file these reviews to us, right? And it's basically a bunch of questions, and we kind of look at that and we assess from there, and we determine whether we need to keep looking at this further. So it's a very voluntary process, and it's rarely ever a mandatory sort of, we're coming at you, basically, because we want to create that relationship, right? We want to make sure that we're creating this open process, and we're taking care of not only the needs of this foreign investment side, right? Because we want to create competition, we want to create economic incentives, we want to do all these things, but we also want to protect the other side of things, which is our mission, our national security interests, and also our U.S. people, right? And making sure that there's a fairness in that side too. Does that answer your question? Right. So rarely do we say there are times where we won't find out, right? Like there might be some time, but eventually we do find out, right? Because in some way there's another agency that's involved in this committee that has some kind of information, right? And it will come through in some way. But again, from my time and it hasn't been that long in this space of the foreign investment side, have I seen something where this happens, where it's not reported in some way. Any other? Yes.
You mentioned specifically that within the last session of Congress, about 400 some odd proposals were made. What would you recommend, or what kind of resources would you recommend for groups like this, for security measures, students, professionals? What resources can we follow to keep on top of those kind of proposals so we can keep us on?
Yeah, great question. So there are a lot of sort of like like organizations out there, like the NCLS, which is like the National County Legislators or something like that. If you Google them, they're a great resource there, and they actually, I think, provided me with these data and these points, and it was in their website, and they have a great chart of like mapping out what privacy legislation's out there, what has been passed, et cetera. So those type of organizations that kind of lobby for states or that lobby for counties is a good one. Another way is to making sure that if you are in this space and you're working whatever position it may be, having a good relationship with the attorneys involved, right? So every company is probably going to have, and especially in this space, some counsel, right? And so making sure that you are made aware of what's going on and that you sort of speak to them, right? Put yourself in those meetings, because I'm sure they're having meetings, and kind of inform yourself of what's going on, or making sure that your group, your team, whatever it may be, however you're composed, understands that they should be sort of briefed on these issues too, because you all need to know what's going on out there too. And so making sure that you're aware of this is great, and having that awareness and reaching out to those folks is good too. So looking at also those organizations out there that are lobbying for these sectors, like governors associations, another one too, that have really great resources as well. Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What are the regulations for the government to control cryptocurrency?
Crypto? Okay. So crypto, right? That's mostly SEC, right, the Security Exchange Commission. They're the ones that are sort of looking at this space, and so is Treasury as well, right? They're the ones that are more into that space. I do more of the critical infrastructure space, so I don't have too much information on Bitcoin or blockchain for that matter, right? But they're the ones that are working on that. However, from what my research has shown and just reading things, like there's not much concrete legislation on that. And that's because, you know, there's a lot of back and forth as to like, this is supposed to be a space where you cut out the middleman and you shouldn't have any regulation. But then as you're probably doing your taxes, you'll see things like questions like, do you own digital currency, right? Or things like that. So those are some sort of like, you know, law improvements there, like just reporting and making sure that people are reporting those currencies in their taxes. But what happens after that, I'm not too sure. But it's a space that still has a lot of open questions in that. Okay. Yes.
All right, in your opinion, do you think there should be like national regulations, or should it be more focused on like state or local ones? Kind of just thinking back to like how you're talking about you worked on legislation related to South Dakota, but you never
Yeah.
here. So like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, good question. So I think it's a mixture of both, and you're not going to like that because everybody's like, well, it depends. And that's because, again, I am a firm believer in the way our system is run, right? Like our bureaucracy is, we have our states and we have our federalism, right? But when it comes to like privacy, like something needs to be done because all these states are doing different things, and it gets confusing, right? And it creates a lot of barriers for companies, but it also creates a lot of barriers for users. And, the internet, we depend on it a lot, and it should be a global thing. So if we're not careful with the way that we sort of legislate the space, it can create a lot of localization of data, where you'll have like certain, countries just focusing on their data and just having like a barrier there. You'll have like, US on one side, and it's just not gonna like speak to each other, right? And so I think that that's something to be aware of. And, just making sure that we're sort of promoting that digital sovereignty of, but protect our interests, but at the same time we work with each other. And so if we have legislation that's so like cut, like in pieces, like privacy, for example, then that can create some risk there too, like that. Or if we don't address like data transfers, then how are we going to communicate with each other one day, right? So I think that in that space, federal legislation is important. But then again, there are certain things that states should have a say, like biometrics, right? Like every agency in the states have their own thing that they do. Every state has a different thing, right? Like South Dakota's interests are very different from Florida's interests, right? So I think that there is where you should look at, well, what space dictates states' activities. And I think that's my time. So thank you all. This was great. I hope that you got something out of this. And if you ever want to like reach out to me, that's my email there. But thank you all, and it was great to be there. Thanks.
Presentation is going to be all about building a security program from someone who's done it the hard way. So without further ado, please welcome Parker Seaman.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for making out to this talk. There's a lot of fantastic speakers today, and so I'm very glad to be included in that. I know the talk going on in the other hall right now is very interesting, and actually the guy that's giving that is my neighbor in the hotel. Talked to him a little bit last night, really cool guy. If you could help me with messing with him a little bit, please, if you see him, tell him great talk and make up little things about his talk at just like don't exist. Like say like really great talk. I liked how you were able to make the John Deere tractor speak in Spanish. But enough about that, more about me. As said, well, we'll get to about me. We'll do a quick little overview. We'll have the table of contents here, talking about why you should and shouldn't listen to me, planning a path for your program, some tips on software for building your program. The longer part will be on the soft skills that go into making a security program work with the people who it's actually going to affect, and then just kind of a quick recap on it. But a little bit about myself. My name is Parker Seaman. I work as a principal security engineer at NeuroCore, and I am a communication manager at Open Voice OS, which you can think of like kind of like an Alexa, but it doesn't record you and doesn't work as good, but it's neat. My talk is more so going to be focused on if you're somebody who started as, or rather has an interest in working in security or finds themselves in a situation where the workplace they are at does not have a well-developed cybersecurity program. That was the case that I found myself in a couple of years ago. when I joined my current workplace as DevOps, and there was nothing in store there. Very quickly, I started taking security projects under my wing and trying to improve the matureness of our cybersecurity program so that we could actually withstand something that happened to us. And over that time, I made some mistakes, but have made a lot of progress and learned what it takes, at least for my situation, how to create something that can actually function and have some sort of semblance of security rather than things just working when you don't face any adversaries. So I want to talk a little bit about why I have some credence to talk about this, and I'll add a little bit more context to that in a second of that. But first, it's the reason why I think I have some authority to speak on this is, like I said, when I joined my workplace, there was nothing in terms of security other than like base compliance type things that regulators might have for us or customers might ask of us. And from there, I started to increase things incrementally, make us more secure in ways that aren't simply required of us, but that would actually help us withstand some sort of attack. And I feel like I've got some decent accreditations to this. I've spoken at some other another security conference. I've got a master's degree from this university, and I've been very social, for lack of better terms, in the cybersecurity field. Why you should take what I say with a grain of salt is that my workplace is unique. It's a startup type thing with that's somewhat established but still changing very much. And my process is still ongoing. And I'm also still made mistakes, and I see myself making more mistakes in the future because as good as I am at a number of things, I'm wrong a lot of the time. So with that said, take what I say with a grain of salt and pay attention to the broad strokes rather than on the specifics. Arguably one of the most important parts when developing your program is making sure that you've planned ahead rather than just trying to make a quick patch for whatever you see the immediate issue is. When you go into an environment without any sort of protections in place, it can be enticing to jump right in and try to fix it as fast as possible. And in some regards, that might be an okay idea, but when you're wanting to improve a workplace's security, you want to make sure that you're planning for the long haul. If the company's understanding is that they're going to be there for a while and they're going to want to make sure that the solutions put in place will be long lasting. Simply putting a patch into place, a Band-Aid on a broken bone will not last. So how do you make a plan? You ask people who are smarter than you. The CISA, CIS, NIST, all of these different organizations have a lot of resources available for being able to help you create a framework, a plan, and a process for you to create a program that helps you improve your security. Oh shoot, my words are gone. Regardless, the main point of the plan is to your plan should focus on fixing the smaller aspects of your workplace rather than improving the things that might be more fun. While doing an internal pen test or an internal phishing type campaign might be more fun, you should probably make sure that your password policy is strong. Make sure that you have MFA enabled on on all of your software. Make sure you have an inventory of what you're actually supposed to protect. Those aren't as fun, but incredibly necessary for making sure that your environment is secured. When you're looking into tools to help secure your workplace, there are obviously a lot of options out there and a lot of them with varying prices. A lot of different enterprise technologies will give a high price tag and promise a lot, and they might be able to be helpful, but you want to be careful to make sure you pick something that is actually going to be well-fitting for your workplace and not overdo it. And on the note of overdoing it, apologies. If you're worried about finding a place for a cybersecurity program, a budget might come to mind. If nobody has ever put time into it, they might see the addition of security tooling as a burden, especially a financial one. So it's useful to make oh no, my slides were going wrong. Oh well. What was supposed to show up is some examples of some various open source softwares that are enterprise grade and can be paid for, but typically what those types of things are is the software itself is open source and you can pay for it to either have them provide you support or to host it for you. And those are a good way to get kind of your foot through the door to show how much a tool like that can really improve things. It doesn't add much to cost, whatever the time and possibly server hosting cost it is to host a WASA server or OSSC, I forget the name of it specifically. A Shodan license to help scan your network. The time and resources basically that go into something like that cost much less than paying for a full software suite, but can provide some deliverables to you to take to hello. Was feeling bad about the process and that there were still some people who were upset about it. And when I was having a review with my boss, I mentioned the people who were upset about it, and he said, oh, well, yeah, they always complain about things. So I don't mean to devalue the time and effort that goes in doing something like that. It's sort of a give and a take, or a bit of column A, a bit of column B, in that you should spend some time to make sure you bring everyone along with you, educate people about the risks, accept that it's not always going to work. Sometimes it's just like that. So great. There's supposed to be more of these slides, and the demo gods do not like me today, but that's fine. So to conclude, the most important parts are that you should make sure you have a robust plan in place when developing a program. Make use of open source and less expensive software to help justify the needs of cybersecurity, and spend time with the people to ensure that they are with you. If they can't love the changes being made, at least help and spend some time to help them understand it. Now, any questions, comments, concerns, heckling? What's up?
At my last place of employment, I was in a very similar position where there was little to no security infrastructure, and they needed someone who brought me on personally to help with that. My experience with that particular place was that I would introduce some bigger plan things and some smaller plan things to help them improve their security, and there was a lot of pushback. I did try my best to explain, here's why this is important, here's what this is going to do in the long run, even though it seems inconvenient or it's going to take a little bit of like budgeting, which came across to me they felt like effort. Did you ever experience any kind of pushback for your recommended security measures, and if so, how did you go about handling it?
So the question, if anybody couldn't hear it, is when proposing types of security improvements, sometimes you get pushback on them, whether they're large changes or small changes, and they come from all forms, from budget to technical to everything. And how would I address those pushbacks? I'll admit, at the start, not well. We had this one software suite that we were using, and I noticed I could trace back the version of that software to the founding of the company, and I brought that up in a meeting, and I said, we should probably get this updated. It's publicly facing and needs to be updated. My boss said, well, we can get to that this year, and I went, this year? I had been at the company maybe 5 months at that point, and I got lucky that nothing worse happened. Addressing pushback with software that, or changes that they don't see as necessary, I think providing examples of industry standards and where this is useful elsewhere is helpful. That can be sometimes harder to find. In cases where you can't find examples to help back up your evidence, or find them unwilling to work with you in creating a plan that works for everybody in terms of changing things. Polite persistence, which is a nice way of saying being annoying for a long time. Because it's not oftentimes that I believe people dislike the security change exactly. It's that people don't like having what they have been doing for a long time suddenly changing. So providing a roadmap and gentle reminders of how this can be useful can help break down those walls. You don't, to further the analogy of the wall, you don't need to destroy the wall, just chip at it. Does that answer your question at all? Anyone else? What's up?
How many employees does your startup have?
5 billion. Sorry.
How many complaints exactly?
I'd say we have about 100-ish, and I would say, oh, it's a little less than 100, but I'd say about 10 or 15. More than I wanted, less than I expected. What's up? Can you say that one more time, please?
Yeah. So what do you mean by a robust plan? Have a robust plan ahead.
So the question is, what do I mean by a robust plan? And I think the best way I could try to explain that is, when you're proposing security changes to a company that's never had this or never had this in the focus, you're going to have a lot of questions about why this is necessary. So the plan should try to meet them where they are seeing issues with it. Having a good timeline and trying to help show where this is necessary. On top of that, making it known that if you weren't there, that this could still continue to function. Yeah. Any other questions? Or I will also open the door to, if you have any advice for me, who is still very much learning, I'm open to anything you have to say. Yep.
Yeah, I can kind of compound on what you said a little bit, and how, I mean, you read my mind, is that a lot of companies view security as a burden, and that's very true, and I see it time and time again in the industry. And I dealt with that myself. But what I managed to do, which I'll tell you, the first time I proposed it to my boss, the VP of IT, my plan was like a 3-year plan. We're going to integrate things with identity systems, get automated, increase cybersecurity that way. And I was cut clear. Here's our options. Here's how much it's going to cost. Boom, 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 right? And it failed me miserably. It's like, we have no room for this in the budget. The CEO's never going to go for it. This isn't going to work. We need to see the benefit. I'm like, okay, well, let me regroup. So what I managed to do was I restructured my proposal, and I kind of scooped in more automation and better user experience with improved security. And I kind of made security I made it look like it was secondary in it, but it really was my input, right? So I made the primary like single sign-on and things like automation with improved user experience in that way, as well as rolling in things like password manager and that kind of thing, making everybody's lives easier. But I also said as a secondary benefit, hey, we have integrated things with our identity system and MFA on top of that, because you need identity systems for single sign-on, right?
Exactly. For those who couldn't hear, is compounding on what I had said about how to work with your company's dislikes of security to help try to use those to build up into something that's more fully idealized. Is that close to what you're saying? Anyone else? All right, thank you all very much for coming to my talk and for coming to DakotaCon in general. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.